Good evening. Difficulties you are experiencing is not the fault of your... What you are experiencing now is not the fault of your receiver, nor the internet. You have been specifically selected. We have assumed control for another edition of Night Owls. So turn your red light on and breathe in the light of the holy mother star.
Just get the shit.
You get the shit with me. Me? Shit.
I had to get myself some volume. You know, I recently got into Game of Thrones with my son. Like the last 3 days, we've been power watching them. And it gave me the total, everything they portray in that movie is as close to real life as it can be back then. And this first book that you're going to see is called The Greek Tale. It is said that Jackie Kennedy gave it to Robert Kennedy to read after his brother's death, and it really helped him. So I read the first
500 years
chapter.
before Christ, in a little town on a far western border of a settled and civilized world, a strange new power was at work. Something had awakened in the minds and spirits of the men there in Egypt and in Nineveh as 500 years before Christ, in a little town on a far western border of a settled and civilized world, a strange new power was at work. Something had awakened in the minds and spirits of the men there, which was to influence the world at the slow passage of long time, of century upon century, and the shattered changes they brought would be powerless to wear away that deep impress. Athens had entered upon her brief and magnificent flowering of genius, which so molded the world of mind and of spirit that our mind and spirit today are different. We think and feel differently because of what a little Greek town did a century or two, 2,400 years ago. What was then produced as art and thought has never been surpassed, and very rarely equaled, and the stamp of it is upon all the art and all the thought of the Western world. And yet this full stature of greatness came to pass at a time when the mighty civilizations of the ancient world had perished, and the shadow of effortless barbarism was dark upon the earth. In that black and fierce world, a little center of white-hot spiritual energy was at work. A new civilization had arisen in Athens, unlike all that had gone before. What brought this new development to pass, how the Greeks were able to achieve all they did, has significance for us today. It is not merely that Greece has a claim upon our attention, because we are spiritual and mental inheritance, partly Greek, and cannot escape, if we would, that deep influence which worked with power through the centuries, touching with light of reason and grace of beauty the wild northern savages. She has a direct contribution for us as well. The actual Greek remains are so few and so far away, so separated from us by space and a strange, difficult language. They are felt to be the matters for the traveler and scholars, but in truth what the Greeks discovered, or rather how they made their discoveries and how they brought a new world to birth out of the dark confusions of an old world that had crumbled away. It is full of meaning for us today, who haven't seen an old world swept away in the space of a decade or two. It is worth our while in the confusions and bewilderments of the present to consider the way in which the Greeks arrived at the clarity of their thought and the affirmation of their art. Very different conditions of life confronted them than they are for us. But it is ever to be borne in the mind that the outside of human life changes much, while the inside changes little. And the lesson book we cannot graduate from is human experience. Great literature, past or present, is the expression of great knowledge and heart. Great art is the expression of a solution of the conflict between the demands of the world without and that within. And in wisdom of either, there would seem to be small progress. Of all that Greeks did, only a very small part has come down to us. We have no means of knowing if we have their best. It would be strange if we had. In the convulsions of that world of long ago, there was no law that guaranteed to art the survival of the fittest. But this little remnant, preserved by the haphazard of chance, shows their high-water mark reached in every region of thought and beauty the Greeks entered. No sculpture comparable to theirs, no buildings ever more beautiful, no writing superior, prose always late of development. But they left masterpieces. History has yet to find a greater exponent than Thucydides. Outside of the Bible, there is no poetical prose that can touch Plato. In poetry, they are all but supreme. No epic is to be mentioned with Homer. No odes to be set beside Pindar. Of the four masters of the tragic stage, 3 are Greek. Little is left of all this wealth of great art. The sculptures, defaced and broken into bits, have crumbled away. The buildings are fallen. The paintings gone forever. All lost but a very few. We have only the ruin of what was. The world has had no more than that for well on to 2,000 years. Yet these few remains of the mighty structure have been a challenge and an incitement to men ever since, and are among our possessions today which we value as most precious. There is no danger now that the world will not give the Greek genius full recognition. Greek achievement is a fact universally acknowledged. The cause responsible for this achievement, however, are not so generally understood. Rather, is it the fashion nowadays to speak of the Greek miracle, to consider the radiant bloom of Greek genius as having no root in any soil that we can give an account of. The anthropologists are busy, indeed, and ready to transport us back into the savage forest where all human things, the Greek things too, had their beginnings, but the seed never explains the flower. Between those strange rites, they point us through the dim vistas of faraway ages, and a Greek tragedy. There lies a gap they cannot help us over. The easy way out is to refuse to bridge it and dismiss the need to explain by calling the tragedy a miracle. But in truth, the way across is not impassable. Some reasons appear for the mental and spiritual activity which made those few years in Athens productive, as no other age in history has been. By universal consent, the Greeks belong to the ancient world. Wherever the line is drawn by this or that historian between the old and the new, the Greeks' unquestioned position is in the old, but they are in it as a matter of centuries only. They have not the hallmarks that give title to a place there, the ancient world, and so far as we can reconstruct it, bears everywhere the same stamp. In Egypt, in Crete, in Mesopotamia, wherever we can read bits of the story, we find the same conditions. A despot enthroned, whose whims and passions are the determining factor in the state, a wretched subjugated populace, and a great priestly organization to which is handed over the domain of the intellect. This is what we know as the Oriental state today. It has persisted down from the ancient world through thousands of years, never changing in any essential. Only in the last 100 years, less than that, it has shown a semblance of change, made a gesture of outward conformity with the demands of the modern world. But the spirit that informs it, it is the spirit of the East that never changes. It has remained the same through all the ages. Down from the antique world, forever aloof from all that is modern, this state and this spirit were alien to the Greeks. None of the great civilizations that preceded them and surrounded them served as model. With them, something completely new came into the world. They were the first Westerners, the spirit of the West. The modern spirit is a Greek discovery. The place of the Greeks is in the modern world. The same cannot be said of Rome. Many things were pointed back to the old world, and away to the east, and with the emperors who were gods, and fed a brutalized people full of horrors as their dearest form of amusement. The ancient and the Oriental state had a true revival. Not that the spirit of Rome was of the Eastern stamp. Common sense men of affairs were its product, to whom the cogitations of Eastern sages ever seemed the idlest nonsense. What is truth? Said Pilate scornfully, but it was equally far removed from the Greek spirit. Greek thought, science, mathematics, philosophy, eager investigation into the nature of the world, which was the distinguishing mark of Greece, came to an end for many a century when the leadership passed from Greece to Rome. The classical world is a myth insofar that it is conceived of as marked by the same characteristics. Athens and Rome had little in common. That which distinguishes the modern world from the ancient, and that which divides the West from the East, is the supremacy of the mind in the affairs of men. And this came to birth in Greece, and lived in Greece, alone of all the ancient world. The Greeks were the first intellectualists, in a world where the irrational had played the chief role. They came forward as the protagonists of the mind. The novelty and the importance of this position are difficult for us to realize. The world we live in seems to us a reasonable and comprehensible place. It is a world of definite facts which we know a good deal about. We have found out a number of rules by which the dark and tremendous forces of nature can be made to move so as to further our own purpose, and our main effort is devoted to increasing our power over the outside material world. We do not dream of questioning the importance of what acts on the whole in ways we can explain and turn into our advantage. What brings us this attitude is the fact that of all the powers we are endowed with, we are making use preeminently of the reason. We are not soaring above the world on the wings of the imagination, or searching into the depths of the world within each one of us by the illumination of the Spirit. We are observing what goes on in the world around us, and we are reasoning upon our observations. Our chief and characteristic activity is that of the mind. The society we are born into is built upon the idea of the reasonable, and emotional experience and intuitive perception are accorded a place in it only if some rational account can be given of them. When we find that the Greeks too lived in a reasonable world as a result of using their reason upon it, we accept the achievement as the natural thing that needs no comment. But the truth is that even today our point of view obtains only within strict limits. It does not belong to the immense expanse and the multitudinous populations of the East. There, what goes on outside of a man is comparatively unimportant and completely undeserving of the attention of the truly wise. The observing reason which works on what we of the West call the facts of the real world is not esteemed in the East. This conception of human values has come down from antiquity. The world in which Greece came to life was one in which the reason had played the smallest role. All that was important in it belonged to the realm of the unseen, known only to the spirit. That is a realm in which outside fact, everything that makes up this visible, sensible, audible world, plays only an indirect part, and the facts of the spirit are not seen or felt or heard. They are experienced. They are peculiarly a man's own, something that he can share with no one else. An artist can express them in some sort, partially at best. The saint and the hero that are most at home in them can put them into words, or pictures, or music, only if they are artists. 2. The greatest intellect cannot do that through the intellect, and yet every human being has a share in the experience of the spirit. Mind and spirit together make up that which separates us from the rest of the animal world, that which enables man to know the truth, and that which enables him to die for the truth. A hard and fast distinction between the two can hardly be made. Both belong to the part of us which, in Platonic phraseology, draws us up from that which is ever dragging down, or in the figure that Plato was fondest of, that which gives form to the formless. And yet they are distinct. When St. Paul, in his great definitions, says that the things that are seen are temporal, and the things that are not seen are eternal, he is defining the realm of the mind, the reason that works, from a visible world, and realm of the spirit that lives by the invisible. In the ancient world before Greece, the things that are not seen had come more and more, the only things of great importance. The new power of the mind that marked Greece arose in a world facing toward the way of the Spirit. For a brief period in Greece, East and West met. The bias toward the rational, that was to distinguish the West, and the deep spiritual inheritance of the East. The full effect of this meeting, the immense stimulus to creative activity when clarity of mind is added to spiritual power. The immense stimulus to creative activity given when clarity of mind is added to spiritual power can be best realized by considering what had happened before Greece. What happens, that is, when there is great spiritual force with the mind held in abeyance. This is to be seen most clearly in Egypt, where the records are fullest and far more is known than about any other nation of antiquity. I always wonder, though, how much of it is contrived. It is materially to the point, therefore, to leave Greece for a moment and look at the country which had the greatest civilization of all the ancient world. In Egypt, the center of interest was the dead, the ruling world power a splendid empire, and death a foremost preoccupation. Countless numbers of human beings for countless numbers of centuries thought of death as that which was nearest and most familiar to them. It is an extraordinary circumstance which could be made credible, but nothing less considerable than the immense mass of Egyptian art centered on the dead. To the Egyptian, the enduring world of reality was not the one he walked in on the paths of everyday life, but the one he should presently go to by the way of death. There were two causes working in Egypt to bring about this condition. The first was human misery, the state of the common man, in which the ancient world must have been wretched in the extreme. Those tremendous works that have survived through thousands of years were achieved at a cost in human suffering and death which was never conceived of as a cost in anything of value. Nothing so cheap as human life in ancient Egypt, and in Nineveh as nothing more cheap in India and China today. Even the well-to-do, the nobles, and the men of affairs lived with a very narrow margin of safety. Epitaph and extant of a great Egyptian noble holds him up to admiration in that he was never beaten with whips before the magistrate. The lives and fortunes of all were completely dependent upon the whims of a monarch whose only law was his own wish. One has but to read the account Tacitus gives of what happened under the irresponsible despotism of the early Roman emperors to realize that in the ancient world security must have been the rarest of goods. Seriously, why have people always tolerated that? In numbers, you just bomb rush them and change it, but they don't. They adhere. There must be something in our DNA that allows this. I've often wondered.
End of part 1.
In such conditions, men, seeing little hope for happiness in this world, turned instinctively to find comfort in another. Only in the world of the dead could there be found security and peace, and pleasure, which a man, by taking thought all his life for, might attain. No concern of earthly living could count to him in comparison, or be esteemed as real in comparison. Little profit for him there to use his mind, his reasoning powers, They could do nothing for him in the one matter of overwhelming importance, his status in the world to come. They could not give him hope when life was hopeless, or strength to endure the endurable. People who are terrified and hard-pressed by misery do not turn to the mind for their help. This instinctive recoil from the world of outside fact was enormously reinforced by the other great influence at work, upon the side of death, and against the use of the mind, the Egyptian priesthood. Before Greece, the domain of the intellect belonged to the priests. They were the intellectual class of Egypt. Their power was tremendous. Kings were subject to it. Great men must have built up that mighty organization, great minds, keen intellects. But what they learned of old truth and what they discovered of new truth was valued as it increased the prestige of the organization. And since truth is a jealous mistress, and will reveal herself not a wit to any but a disinterested seeker. As the power of the priesthood grew, and any idea that tended to weaken it met with a cold reception, the priest must fairly soon have become sorry intellectualists, guardians only of what seekers of old had found, never using their own minds with freedom. There was another result no less inevitable. All they knew must be kept jealously within the organization, to teach the people so that they would begin to think for themselves. Oh, gee, it was even going on back then. Still going on today. Would be to destroy the surest prop of their power. Yeah, I mean, they're charlatans. I mean, we know it. They didn't. No one except themselves must have knowledge. For to be ignorant is to be afraid. And in the dark mystery of the unknown, a man cannot find his way alone. He must have guides to speak to him with authority. Ignorance was the foundation upon which the priest's power rested. In truth, the two, the mystery and those who dealt in it, reinforced each other in such sort that each appears both the cause and the effect of the other. The power of the priesthood depended upon the darkness of the mystery. His effort must ever be directed toward increasing it, and opposing any attempt to throw light upon it. The humble role played by the reason in the ancient world was assigned by an authority there was no appeal against. It determined the scope of thought and the scope of art as well, with an absolutism never questioned. Well, I bet they'd love to attain that again. We know of one man, to be sure, who set himself against it. For a few years, the power of the Pharaoh was pitted against the power of the priest, and the Pharaoh won out. The familiar story of Akhenaten. He won out, but they were still there, and they eventually eclipsed him and got it back, or so I've been led to believe.
Who dared to think for himself?
And who built a city to enshrine and propagate the worship of the one and only God, might appear to point to a weakness in the great priestly body, but the proof is, in point of fact, rather the other way about. The priests were men deeply learned and experienced in human nature. They waited. The man of independent thought had only a very brief reign. It's too bad. This marvelous life on earth is screwed up by authority. It's sad. Did his contest with the priest wear him out? One wonders. I'm sure it did. They were there, ever pressing
their faces against the window.
They never go away. And many of the things they're capable of doing is unspeakable. And after his death, nothing of what he had stood for was allowed to remain. But the more they try to suppress it, the more famous he becomes. That's kind of the little irony there, isn't it? For us, it becomes written in the stars, like a universal law. Thou shalt not try to cover up with anything, because the universe will remember. As they tried to erase the memories of two people that I know of, King Tut, or Tutankhamun, and King Tut and Akhenaten, besides Cleopatra, and she wasn't really ancient. She's considered more toward our side. After his death, nothing of what he stood for was allowed to remain. The priests took possession of his successor. That was King Tut. They erased his very name from the monuments. He had never really touched their power. I don't know about that if you want to count how long their name has lived through history. He won out in the long run. Truth is the daughter of time, not authority. Francis Bacon said that, otherwise known as the guy with the funny collar. He helped discover the scientific method. But whatever their attitude to this autocrat or that, autocratic government never failed to command the priests' allegiance. They were ever the support of the throne, as well as the power above it. Their instinct was sure. The misery of the people was the opportunity of the priest. Not only an ignorant populace, but one subjugated and wretched was their guarantee. With men's thoughts directed more and more toward the unseen world, and with the keys to it firmly in their own grasp, their terrific power was assured. When Egypt ended, the East went on ever farther in the direction Egypt had pointed. The miseries of Asia are a fearful page of history. Her people found strength to endure by denying any meaning and any importance to what they could not escape. The Egyptian world where dead men walked and slept and feasted was transmitted into what had always been implicit in its symbolism, the world of the spirit. In India, for centuries, the leader of thought to the East, ages long since, the world of the reason and the world of the spirit were divorced, and the universe handed over to the latter, reality. That which we have heard, which we have seen with our own eyes, and our hands have handled, of the word of life, was dismissed as a fiction that had no bearing upon the word. All that was seen and handled was vague and unsubstantial and forever passing. The shadow of a dream. Only that was real which was of the spirit. This is always man's way out when the facts of life are too bitter and too black to be borne. When conditions are such that life offers no earthly hope, somewhere, somehow, men must find a refuge. Then they fly from the terror without to the citadel within, which famine and pestilence and fire and sword cannot shake. What Goth calls the inner universe, what Goth, it's Goth or Gotha, can live by its own laws, create its own security, be sufficient unto itself. When once reality is denied to the turmoil of the world without. So the East found a way to endure the intolerable, and she pursued it undeviatingly through the centuries, following it to its furthest implications. In India, the idea of truth became completely separated from outside fact. All outside was illusion. Truth was an inner disposition. In such a world, there is little scope for the observing reason. Where all except the spirit is unreal. It is manifest folly to be concerned with an exterior that is less than a shadow. It is easy to understand how in these conditions, the one department of the intellect that flourished was mathematics.
Go figure.
Nothing is less likely to react practically upon life, or to intrude into the domain of theology than the world of the ideal revealed to the mathematical imagination. Pure mathematics soars into a region far removed from human wretchedness and reality, and no priest ever troubled himself about the effects of free inquiry along mathematical lines. There the mind could go where it pleased. Aha! Compared with the Egyptians, we are childish mathematicians, observes Plato. India, too, made notable contributions in this field. But sooner or later, if the activity of the mind is restricted anywhere, it will cease to function, even where it is allowed to be free. Today in India, the triumph of the spirit over the mind is complete, and wherever Buddhism, the great product of the Indian spirit, has prevailed, the illustrious of all that is of this earth, and the vanity of all research into its nature, is the center of the faith. As in Egypt, the priests saw their opportunity. The power of the Brahmins, the priestly caste, and of the great Buddhist hierarchy is nothing less than stupendous.
The circle is complete. A wretched populace with no hope, save in the invisible,
and a priesthood whose power is bound up with the belief in the unimportance of the visible, so that they must forever strive to keep it an article of faith. The circle is complete in another sense as well. The wayfarer sheltering for the night in an abandoned house does not care to mend the roof. The rain drops through, and a people living in such
wretchedness
that their one comfort is to deny the importance of the facts of earthly life will not try to better them. India has gone the way of the things that are not seen until the things that are seen have become invisible. That is what happens when one course is followed undeviatingly for ages. We are composite creatures, made up of soul and body, mind and spirit. When men's attention is fixed upon one to the disregard of the others, human beings result who are only partially developed, their eyes blinded to half of what offers and the great world holds. But in that antique world of Egypt and the early Asiatic civilizations, that world where the pendulum was swinging ever further and farther away from all fact, something completely new happened. The Greeks came into being, and the world as we know it began. End of chapter. So that's why modern science puts so much stock into mathematics. It's pretty good. Yeah. Thanks for joining me.
And that was exactly how it was in Game of Thrones. That series has really impressed me. With everything they put in, it's amazing. The Power watched 5 seasons in 2 days. But it reminded me so much of this video when I played it, because life was cool. There's no safe place. Pelasgians coming up. I'll come out and say hi in a little bit.
Age of the Pelasgian race. A race of people arrived from Asia, whom the Greek authors named in general Pelasgians and Tersini, occupied the biggest part of Europe even before the migration of the Greeks, Celts, and Germans to the lands of this continent. These Pelasgians had formed in ante-Hellenic times the most extended, most powerful, and most remarkable people, a nation who from a moral and material point of view had changed the face of archaic Europe. The Pelasgians appear at the front of all the historic traditions, not only in Helena and in Italy, but also in the regions from north of the Danube and the Black Sea, in Asia Minor, in Assyria, and in Egypt. They represented the original type of peoples, so-called Aryan, which introduced in Europe the first benefits of civilization. We find, even today, the traces of their ethnographic extension as well as their industrial activity on 3 continents of the ancient world, beginning from the mountains of Norway to the deserts of Sahara, from the sources of rivers Araxi and Oxus to the Atlantic Ocean. But their political history and the history of their civilization are lost in the night of time. The few still preserved data about the Pelasgians showed this great and fine people only in the last period of its history, when its political independence had been lost almost everywhere, and when its name had started to disappear. And unfortunately, even these few fragmentary data which have remained from the Pelasgians are transmitted by those who had conquered them, destroyed them, persecuted them, and later calumniated them. So the history of their epoch of flourishing, of power and territorial extension in Europe, Asia, and Africa, the history of its empires and institutions, of its art and industry, has remained buried. The political history of especially the southern Pelasgians ends with the fall of Troy. From now on, while we still hear about these Pelasgians from around the Aegean Sea, are only simple mentions of few and scattered groups forced by their enemies to immigrate from one country to another in search of a new place to settle. For the Greek people, the Pelasgians are the oldest people on earth. Their race seemed to them so archaic, so superior in concepts, strong in will and deed, so noble in mores, and the Greek traditions and poems attributed to all the Pelasgians the epithet of divine. Homer, Iliad. Dionysius of Halicarnassus says the Pelasgians from near Dodona were considered as saints and that nobody dared to go to war against them. This epithet meant people with supernatural qualities, similar to the gods, epithet which they in truth had deserved for their moral and physical qualities. The ancient world was dominated by the Turkish-speaking Turanians, and Turkish was the dominant language that the world was speaking. However, the world, i.e. Asia, Europe, Middle East, and North Africa, went through an upheaval where this ancient Turanian sky god, planet god, sun god, and moon god worshipping civilization was subjected to internal and external opposition by secretive religious cults and eventually toppled. These secretive cults, under the guise of religion, first captured the top hierarchy of the existing societies, most everywhere where they claimed to be the middleman between God and the public. Once in that supposedly reputable and reverend position, they captured the wealth of the country as well as the control of the country by politics and intrigue. This way, they were also controlling the kings of the country as well. They grew so powerful that they were not even subject to the laws of the country or the authority of the kings. They created a class system where they were at the top, and quite frequently they acted as kings themselves. These religious cult organizations and their members manufactured new languages from the existing Turkish language by way of altering the Turkish words and phrases. The manufactured words and languages looked and sounded totally different from the existing Turkish, but the original Turkish source text used for the manufacture of each word was not lost in the process. It remained embedded in a confused manner in the body of the new words. With this knowledge about languages, and with the meaning attributed to these non-Turkish words, many of the fabricated words can be deciphered, and the Turkish text material used for the formation of such words can be recovered. The Greeks had lost long ago the tradition about when, how, and from where they had come to the lands of Helena. But they had a tradition that before them, another people had ruled over the land occupied by them. A people who had reclaimed the swamps, drained the lakes, created new courses for rivers, cut the mountains, connected the seas, plowed the plains, founded cities, villages, and citadels, had an inspiring religion, and had erected altars and temples to the gods, and that those people were Pelasgians. He has "and that people," and those people were Pelasgians. According to the ancient Greek traditions, the Pelasgians had dwelt in parts of Greece even before the two legendary floods which had flowed over Attica, Boeotia, and Thessaly, one in the times of King Ogyges, the other in the time of Deucalion, Herodotus, Apollodorus. Therefore, they had ruled over the Greek lands even before the times of Noah. At the time of the flood of Ogyges, Pheronius, the father of Pelasg, reigned over Argos, Vesuvius. A branch of Pelasgian people, the Arcadi, who inhabited the slopes and valleys at the center of Peloponnesus, had the tradition that they had been on Earth even before the moon had appeared in the sky. There we go. Apollodorus, Rhodius. Regarding this important tradition, the scholiast of Apollodorus Rhodius says, "It seems that the Arcadi have existed even earlier than the moon, as Exodus writes in his work Parados, and Theodorus writes that the moon had appeared in the sky a little earlier than the war of Hercules with the giants." Aristos of Chios and Diodorus of Chalceda say the same thing in their books about origins. Finally, Ephor, we got some goofy names, that's for sure. Ephor, one of the most diligent researchers of antiquity and lover of truth, who had lived in the 4th century BC, writes, "The tradition tells us that the Pelasgians had been the most ancient people who had ruled over Greece." Herodotus. Prehistoric civilization of the Pelasgian race. When the Pelasgians appeared for the first time in the land of Helena, they did not find here, as traditions tell, but a wild population scattered through mountains and woods, living in caves, without a society, without laws, without religion, and without useful knowledge. Arcadi, brave and pastoral people, the oldest inhabitants of Helena, said that, as Pausanias tells, that the first man born on earth had been Pelasg. As Pausanias tells us, the first man born on earth had been Pelasg, a man distinguished for the size, the strength, and the beauty of his figure, who surpassed all the other mortals for the qualities of his spirit. That is, Pelasgi, after starting to reign, had been the first to teach the people to build huts, to protect themselves from cold, rain, and heat. That he had taught the people to make clothes from sheepskins, and he had forbidden them to continue to eat leaves, roots, and weeds, out of which were dangerous for their health. That he had taught the people to stop eating any sorts of acorns, but only from oaks. And the ancient epic poet Accius writes about the Pelasgi that he had been born from the black earth on the high slopes of the mountains, to be the beginner of the mortal genus. Another representative of the ancient Pelasgian civilization had been the divine Prometheus, the son of Lapit, the son of Gaia. The poet Eschyl, in one of the most beautiful works of his, presents Prometheus explaining the benefits that he had brought to mankind. These people, says Prometheus, did not know either the art to build brick houses in the light of the sun, or the way to work the wood, but they dwelt underground in the dark of the caves, exactly like ants. They had no certain sign by which to know when winter came, when spring, the seasons of flowers came, when the sun, the season of fruit, came, but led a life from one day to another, completely lacking any knowledge, until I taught them to know the rising and setting of the stars. Things difficult to know. Apart from this, I taught them the system of all useful sciences. I discovered the writing and the way people could remember all the sciences. I was the first to yoke the animals, which could be used for transport. Nobody else but I have invented the sailing ships so that the people could cross the sea. Till now, if it happened that one fell sick, one died from lack of means of healing, until I showed them how to make medicines and how they can cure all the diseases. I have introduced various modalities of knowing the future. And finally, who could affirm to have discovered ahead of me the useful things hidden underground like copper, iron, silver, and gold? Pelasgi and Prometheus are personifications of the ancient Pelasgian culture, and everything they invented or created, according to traditions, belongs to the genus of the entire people. There also existed in Crete an old tradition of Pelasgian tribes, had been the first in that island to teach the people to form flocks of sheep and to domesticate other types of animals, pigs, goats, cattle, horses. That they had taught the people the art of throwing the spear, the Pelasgian national weapon, and to live in a community, a communal society, and especially that they had been the initiators of goodwill and the regular and moderate life Pador Siculus. The data we have about the ancient history of the Pelasgians correspond entirely with the facts presented by the archaeology of the Neolithic epoch. The Pelasgians appear, according to ancient historical traditions, as the same population as the Neolithics, who had introduced in Europe the first elements of civilization. See, I'm trying to see if there were giants, but I don't know. They had introduced in Europe the first elements of civilization, domesticated animals, and the cultivation of cereals, and a more advanced industrial art. Even the Neolithic pottery bears Pelasgian ornamental signs, and mystical symbols. Greek traditions also attributed to the Pelasgians the first cult of the gods in Europe. It was especially said about the Arcadi that they had been the first to bring sacrifices and make religious ceremonies for the gods. As we know, the Greeks had borrowed their main divinities from the Pelasgians. Herodotus, Plato, and Ovid. The ancient Jove of the Romans held a stone in his hand instead of thunderbolts, and the Romans made the most solemn oaths on this Jupiter Lapis. Cicero. Even today, some parts inhabited by Romanians, the peasants swear, while holding a stone in their hand or touching it with the hand, even in their oath rites, the Romans preserved until late the use of holy stones, of silex. So the fact is, from the historical point of view, before Greek and Egyptian civilization, a much older civilization had spread over Europe. This had been the moral and material civilization of the Pelasgian race, which had opened a vast scope of activity for the human genus. The influences of this Pelasgian culture had been decisive for the fate of the mortals on this earth. The Pelasgians were the real founders of our actual way of existence. And that is what we will be doing. 1. Regarding the Pelasgians, the following is a citing from a book entitled Prehistoric Dacia by Nicola Dansusunu, the Great Pelasgian Empire, the country of the first Pelasgian kings, the Oceanos Potamos region. Ancient historical traditions of the Greeks, Egyptians, Phoenicians, and Assyrians mentioned a vast empire of the Pelasgian race, which in its epoch of power and greatness had extended over a great part of Europe, Asia, and Africa. But the history of these primitive Pelasgian times is shrouded in the veil of many legends and myths. The first kings of the Pelasgian race had excelled especially in their personal virtues, in their political merits, and for the blessings they bestowed on the human genus. They had been the first to gather in a society of families and tribes scattered through caves, mountains, and woods, to found villages and cities, to form the first states, to give their subjects laws, and to introduce their gentler customs to their way of living. Had they dedicated their entire activity towards a better existence, physical and intellectual, and in this way had opened a new way for the fate of humanity on this earth. In gratitude for these everlasting merits of theirs, these kings of the Pelasgian race had been deified and honored with religious cults, some after death, like Uranus and Saturn, and others while living, for example, Jove. The ancient Pelasgian theology had then considered these civilizing kings of the ancient world like the gods, even more like true gods, descended on earth from the sky. In their honor, it had erected temples and altars, had instituted sacrifices and feast days, had composed hymns, legends, and rites, had founded colleges of priests and oracles, and finally had eternized their names on the celestial vault, attributing the buck begins to darken. Historical traditions, redacted by the priestly colleges, change in miraculous legends. Their beings are dogmatically brought in connection to the birth of the world more and more, and in this way their history becomes mythical, theological. And this guy, he wrote the book Prehistoric Dacia. He unveils a past almost entirely unknown, a glorious past for Dacia. For the people who lived in these places, who Dansusunu proves are our direct ancestors. He knew profoundly the classics and mastered their language, and read them in original, so that he gives the right interpretation of texts formerly appeared with the wrong meaning, owing to the lack of knowledge of the translator. It is incredible and defies the imagination how he finds, to the last detail, and Romanian legends and ballads, ancient deeds described in ancient texts, starting with Homer himself. His argument is solid, well-grounded, extremely well-informed. He was accused of advancing hypothesis. The general essence of his theory is, in short, the following. Then Sushanu starts from prehistoric man and gradually reconstitutes the biggest empire known to the ancient world, the Pelasgian Empire. He shows the extraordinary role played for the human civilization by this empire, owing especially to the deified kings Uranus and Saturn, and their wives, Gaia and Rhea. He proves, it can't be said otherwise, that the entire, but absolutely the entire mythology, so-called Greek, was born in the mountains of Dacia, between Buzet, these words, I'm sorry, I apologize, they're not words that I'm used to coming in contact with.
Butzau and the Iron Gates.
Butzau and the Iron Gates. The great temple of the world was on the peak of a mole in the Busegi Mountains. He proves that a principal branch of these Pelasgians spoke a language called by him Proto-Latin, which gave birth to Latin and the Neo-Latin languages. He shows how tribes of this empire, the basis of which he believes to have been mostly religious, composed mainly of shepherds and later by metal workers, descended and founded Troy, Messene, and Rome. Interesting. He tries to recreate the customs, belief, and language of these peoples and manages to explain countless historical facts, which so far had been unclear. Nicolae de Senasaznu. He died in 1911. Only 1,120 pages from Prehistoric Dacia had been printed. The whole book, 1,152 pages, without the introduction and final conclusion, which were only in unfinished note form, could not be used afterwards. Dr. C.I. Estrati was asked by the executor of his testament to publish the rest of the pages and to write a preface for the whole work. The preface is 114 pages long, so I'll present it here in a much shortened form. You must not forget that the voice is Dr. Diastrantes, and the time of writing was 1912. Nicolae Dinasazunu was born at Densis, a little Romanian village in Transylvania, at that time of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, not far from Sarmajebetuza, later Alpina Traiana, the former capital of Dacia, today's Romania. The legendary Pelasgian and Atlantean Empire, which is the common background beyond the Pelasgians for various cults and legends related to Sirius, Atlantis, the Garden of Hesperides, the lore about the eternal spring and paradise on earth, Poseidon, Pallade, Athena, Perseus, the Amazons, and Atlas. Various interrelated data and evidence disclose the existence of a prehistoric vast empire and a series of legendary kings who ruled over the known world throughout Africa, Europe, Asia, Valentia Straton, 1927. Let us present some of this evidence. The Egyptian high priest and master of secrets, Manetho from Sebennytos, in the Delta, 3rd century BC, had calculated a total length of 24,925 years for the three divine dynasties of the gods, the demigods, and the Mani, aka forefathers or spirits of the dead, who had ruled in the beginning over the plains of the Nile. The oldest surviving reference to Manetho's E.G. Typica is that of Jewish historian Josephus in his work Against Apion, Fragmenta Historicorum Gregorium, Armenian version of Eusebius, Chronica, Manetho, from Syncelis, the Memphite theology, the Palermo and Cairo stone, the Turin royal canon, king list dated to 13th century BC. Then we should add another 5,264 for the following dynasties of mortal kings, according to Eusebius, beginning with Minos and ending with Artaxerxes Ochus. Finally, another 340 years, until the time of Augustus, when Christ was born. Thus, we have a total of 30,529 years to the beginning of our era. Researchers had already observed the difference between lunar and solar years, so the initial number of circa 25,000 years could be equivalent to 2,206 solar years. According to Manetho, the first king who had reigned over the valley of the Nile, predating even Ouranos, was
Hephaestus.
Hephaestus, Vulcan, as the god of fire, of sun, and of light. In its temple in Memphis, the god was associated with a pygmy, Herodotus. In Homeric times, a colony of dwarves existed south of the mouth of the Danube, near the Black Sea, Pliny and Homer in the Iliad. Diodorus of Sicily mentions also the rule of the sun. Helios equals Ouranos equals Uranus, as the first deified king, along with Saturn, Cronos, who had ruled over the plains of the Nile. Moreover, he was considered the first king ruling over the regions near the Atlas Mountain, north of the Istru. The Atlantes, or inhabitants near the Atlas Mountain, near the Oceanos Potamos, according to Diodorus, excel among all the neighboring peoples for their particular piety and hospitality. In ancient Greek etymology, Ouranos, as a personal name, derives from oros, with the Lonic suffix anos, meaning man from the mountain. His wife Gaia also had the epithet Orestera, according to Herodotus. Atlas was the name of a significant river which flew from the heights of Old Amos, Carpathians, and into the lower Istru, Van Goos, 1974. Importantly, Ouranos was considered to be the first king of the Pelasgian race, appearing also under the name Pelasgos. There are 6 proposed etymologies for this name: becoming old, old man, voyager, and the bird, stork. Travel at sea equals the sea mariner, roam the sea, leader of the neighboring people. The size of his body, his strength and beauty surpassed that of all other mortals. Together with the gifts of his soul, he was the first to teach humans to build huts, to make clothes. He forbade them to continue eating green leaves, weeds, and roots, some of which were inedible, and others dangerous to their health, allowing them only the use of the acorn of the oak for eating. Pausanias 8. According to the Cyclus, Aeschylus, supplement woman, Pelasgos was the son of Gaia. According to the grammarian Apollodorus, Pelasgos was the forefather of the Titans. Other ancient authors, scholars of Pindar, mention that Pelasgos was the first ancestor of the Hyperboreans, near the Atlas Mount Apollodorus. According to Diodorus Siculus, Ouranos' reign extended especially over the western and northern parts of the ancient world, especially at Dodona, one of the sacred Pelasgian cities. Ouranos was also venerated under the name Zeus. Anaxi, Pelasgikos, Jupiter, Imperator Pelasgus. In Homer's Iliad, Achilles invokes him under his name. He was the lord over the mountains of Dodona. According to the ancient traditions, the reign of Ouranos, Pelasgios, and its pastoral tribes had extended from northern Europe to the southern areas, and beyond the Mediterranean to the plains of the Nile. It is worth mentioning that the Pelasgians had been the only people of the ancient world to which was attributed a divine origin, probably due to their extraordinary intelligence, their mortal and physical qualities, and their amazing deeds and works. The second deified king was Saturn, who also reigned over Egypt, over the vast territory reaching from Libya to the Western Ocean. He was the main divinity of the population subjected to Carthage, and remained as the predominant cult and religion even after Roman conquest. Diodorus, Dionysus, Halicarnassus, and in other African areas. Have you ever heard of Hamlet's Mill? It's an essay investigating the origins of human knowledge and its transmission through myth. It was first published in 1969 by Giorgio de Santillana, professor of history and science at MIT, and Herth van Dieschend. Johann Wolfgang Goethe Universität is a non-fiction work of history and comparative mythology, particularly a subfield of archaeoastronomy. It is mostly about the claim of the megalithic era, discovery of axial precession, and the encoding of this knowledge in mythology. The book was severely criticized, of course, by academia upon its publication. But of course they're going to do that. It's against everything that they are saying is. Of course they're not going to have an open mind about it. The main argument of the book may be summarized as the claim of an early Neolithic discovery of the precession of the equinox, usually attributed to Hipparchus, 2nd century BCE, associated very long-lived megalithic civilization of unsuspected sophistication. I think it's very interesting that the word megalithic, they show this structure, and we all know from our chat with Neil Thompson that these acted as lightning rods, which would back up the whole Saturn theory premise, because it would have been very electric. They have a megalith as a large stone, been used to construct a prehistoric structure or a monument, either alone or together with stones. There are over 35,000 in Europe alone, mostly in the northern hemisphere, where it was very electric, which goes further to back up Saturn theory. And that's what this is about, which we have been talking about. Everything is connected truly. And earlier when Brian Forster talks about an early lost civilization, I think it could be attributed to that. Knowledge of this civilization about precession, associated with astrological ages, would have been encoded in mythology, typically in the form of a story relating to a millstone and a young protagonist. Hamlet's Mill, of the book's title, a reference to the Kynning Amlo Kavan, recorded in the Old Icelandic Skuldskaparmo. The authors indeed claim that mythology is primarily to be interpreted in terms of archaeoastronomy. Mythological language has exclusive reference to celestial phenomena, and they mock alternative interpretation in terms of fertility and agriculture. The book's project is an examination of the relics, fragments, and illusions that have survived the steep attrition of the ages. In particular, the book reconstructs a myth of a heavenly mill which rotates around the celestial pole and grinds out the world's salt and soil, and is associated with the maelstrom. A maelstrom is a whirlpool. A whirlpool is a body of rotating water produced by opposing currents or a current running into an obstacle. You think it's a coincidence they call the current in the water by that name? You think it has anything to do with real current? It does. Small whirlpools form when a bath or a sink is draining. More powerful ones in seas or oceans may be termed maelstroms. Associated with the maelstrom, the millstone falling off its frame represents passing of one age's pole star, symbolized by a ruler or king of some sort, Saturn, and its respiration and the overthrow of the old king of authority and the empowering of the new one, the establishment of a new order of the age, Jupiter and Saturn story, a new star moving into the position of the pole star. The authors attempt to demonstrate the prevalence of influence of this hypothetical civilization's ideas by analyzing the world's mythologies, with an eye especially to all mill myths, using cosmographic oddments from many eras and climes, a collection of yarn from Saxo Grammaticus. Snorri Sturluson Amlodi's mill as a kinning for the seal. For Dacia, Plato, Plutarch, the Kalevala, Mahabharata, and Gilgamesh, not to forget Africa, the Americas, and Oceania. Santilla and Dieschend state in their introduction to Hamlet's Mill they are well aware of modern interpretations of myth and folklore, but find them shallow and lacking insight. The experts now are benighted by current folk fantasy, which is the belief that they are beyond all of this. critics without nonsense and extremely wise. Consequently, Scintilla and Deschamps prefer to rely on the work of meticulous scholars such as Adler, Lipsius, Coulson, Bull, and to go further back, of Athanasius Kircher and Petavius. They give reasons throughout the book for preferring the work of older scholars and the early mythologists themselves as the proper way to interpret myth. But this viewpoint did not sit well with their modern critics schooled in the current anthropology, which has built up its own idea of the primitive and what came after. Scintilla had previously published The Origins of Scientific Thought, on which Hamlet's Mill is subsequently based. Compare various statements in Hamlet's Mill to this quotation from The Origin of Scientific Thought. We can see then how so many myths, fantastic and arbitrary in semblance, of which the Greek tale of the Argonaut is a late offspring, may provide a terminology of image motifs, a kind of code which is beginning to be broken. It was meant to allow those who knew, A, to determine unequivocally the position of given planets in respect to the earth, to the firmament, and to one another, and B, to present what knowledge there was of the fabric of the world in the form of tales about how the world began. And of course, it was severely criticized by academia. That really is a no-brainer. And reception was mixed, but this is exactly what they were talking about, that our salt and oceans and soil came down to earth in form of strata, just like it looks when it's dug down into from the brown dwarf star Saturn, who was then replaced by Jupiter. It's really amazing that mainstream is so far off base. See, they don't even listen to the ancients and what they were saying. Crazy. In contrast, the classical scholar Harold Reich positively reviewed Hamlet's Mill. Reich was a colleague of Scintilla at MIT and himself developed the archaeoastronomical interpretation of ancient myth in a series of lectures and publications similar to Hamlet's Mill, dealing more specifically with Greek mythology, Pelasgian, including an interpretation of the layout of Atlantis as a sort of map of the sky. Swedish astronomer Peter Nielsen, while recognizing that Hamlet's Mill does not qualify as a work of science, expressed admiration for it, as well as it being a source of inspiration when he wrote his own book on classic mythologies based on the night sky.
Himmelvalvets Salsauter, 1977.
Himmelvalvets Salsmeter, 1977. Itself a study aiming to uncover seismic, geological, astrological, and other natural events from mythology. Appreciates the book for its pioneer work in mythography, judging that although controversial, Scintilla and von Deschamps have usefully flagged and collected Herculean amounts of relevant data. Nevertheless, the conclusion the authors draw from their data have been virtually ignored by the scientific and scholarly establishments. 2 + 2 = 7 to them. So, what are you going to do? So, publishing history. Yeah, so this book came out a little bit before Mr. Talbot's book. It's just another little flag, a little dot to connect that an independent source come up with the same.
The equinoctial point had nudged and nuzzled its way forward in the very same way as a car with automatic gear shift will nuzzle its way forward, unless we put it in neutral, and there was no way of putting the equinox in neutral. The infernal pushing and squeezing of the children of heaven had separated the parents, and now the time machine had been set rolling forever, bringing forth at every new age a new heaven and a new earth, in the words of Scripture. As Hesiod says, the world had entered now the second stage, that of the giants, who were to wage a decisive battle with the restraining forces before their downfall. The vision of a whole world age with its downfall is given by the Edda. It comes in the very first poem, the Song of the Sibyl, the Voluspa, in which the prophetess Vala embraces past and future in adequately strange and obscure language. At the beginning of the age of the Aesir, the gods gather in council and give names to sun and moon, days and nights and seasons. They order the years and assign to the stars their places. On Idavellir, the Whirlfield, they establish their seat in the Golden Age and play checkers with golden pieces. And all is happiness until the three awful maidens come. This is another mystery. But once before, it is hinted, there has been a world war between Aesir and Vanir, which was terminated by a sharing of power. In a vision in which past and future blend in a flash, Vala sees the outcome and announces it to the high and low children of Heimdall, that is, to all men. She asks them to open their eyes, to understand what the gods had to know, the breaking of the peace, the murder of Thiassi, Odin himself abetting the crime and nailing Thiassi's eyes to heaven. With this, a curtain is lifted briefly over a phase of the past, for Thiassi belongs to the powers that preceded the Aesir. In Greek terms, the Titans came before the gods. The main Vana, or Titanic powers, in Rydberg's thoughtful reconstruction, are the three brothers, Thiassi Voland, Urvandil Eigil, and Slagfinn, the maker, the archer, and the musician. This finally locates Urvandil the archer, the father of Amlethus. He is one of the three sons of Ivalda, just as their counterparts in the Finnish epic are the sons of Kaleva. Now, the powers of the abyss are beginning to rise. The world is coming apart. At this point, Heimdall comes to the fore. He is the warner of Asgard, the guardian of the bridge between heaven and earth, the whitest of the Aesir. But his role, his freedom of action is severely limited. He has many gifts. He can hear grass grow. He can see 100 miles away. But these powers seem to remain ineffectual. He owns the Gjallarhorn, the great battle horn of the gods. He is the only one able to sound it, but he'll blow it only once, when he summons the gods and heroes to Asgard to their last fight. Nordic speculation, down to Richard Wagner, has dwelt with gloomy satisfaction on Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods which will destroy the world. There is the prediction in the Song of the Sibyl, and also in Snorri's Gylfaginning, when the great dog, Garm, barks in front of the Gnipa cave, when the Fenrir wolf breaks his fetters and comes from the mouth of the river, his jaws snatching from heaven to earth, and is joined by the Midgard serpent. The Heimdall will blow the Gjallarhorn, the sound of which reaches through all the worlds. The battle is on, but it is written that the forces of order will go down fighting to atone for the initial wrong done by the gods. The world will be lost, good and bad together. Naglfar, the ship of the dead, built with the nail parings of the living, will sail through the dark waters and bring the enemy to the fray. Then, adds Snorri, the heavens are suddenly rent in twain, and outride in shining squadrons Muspel's sons, and Surt with his flaming sword at the head of the Fylkings. All engulfing flames come out with Surt the Black, who kills Freyr, the Lord of the Mill. Snorri makes Surt Lord of Gimle, and likewise the King of Eternal Bliss at the southern end of the sky. He must be some timeless force which brings destructive fire to the world, but of this later. Hitherto, all has been luridly and catastrophically and murkily confused as it should be, but the character of Heimdall raises a number of sharp questions. He has appeared upon the scene as the son of 9 mothers. To be the son of several mothers is a rare distinction even in mythology, and one which Heimdall shares only with Agni in the Rig Veda, and with Agni's son Skanda in the Mahabharata. Skanda, literally the jumping one or the hopping one, is the planet Mars, also called Kartikeya, inasmuch as he was born by the Kritika, the Pleiades. The Mahabharata insists on 6 as the number of the Pleiades as well as of the mothers of Skanda, and gives a very broad and wild description of the birth and the installation of Kartikeya by the assembled gods as their generalissimo, which is shattering somehow, driving home how little one understands as yet. The 9 mothers of Heimdall bring to mind, inevitably, the 9 goddesses who turn the mill. The suspicion is not unfounded. 2 of these mothers, Gjálp and Greip, seem to appear with changed names or generations as Fenja and Menja. The turning up of a plurality of mothers in the ancient North and in India might induce the experts eventually to reopen the trial of those perfectly nonsensical 7 or 9, even 14 mother wombs which haunt the Babylonian account of the creation of man. Rydberg claims Heimdall to be the son of Mundilfjöri. The story is then astronomical. Where does it lead? Thanks to the clues provided by Jacob Grimm, Rydberg, and O.S. Reuter, and thanks to many hints written in the Rig Veda, Atharva Veda, and at other unexpected places, one can offer a probable conclusion. Heimdall stands for the world axis, the Skambha. His head is the measurer, Mjoltudr, of the same measures that the Sibyl claims to understand. 9 worlds I know, 9 spaces of the measure tree which is beyond fear, the earth. Measure tree is the translation of the Mjoltvidir.
Because they're so damn close. If you want to think of it that way. You know, obviously not, though, but...
Right, because of the axial tilts.
Well, clearly, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's much more likely that Mars and Mars and Saturn, it came from their own system with Earth, but it's also looking at just Jupiter and Venus alone. It's clear that they are aligned with the sun. They are almost perfectly up and down with it. So, I think Jupiter's 9 degrees off. You know, that's it.
Yeah, I should be able to find that on here. In fact, if I hopefully I can actually.
And according to the mythos, while Cronus was a Titan, Jupiter orbited inside of it. Though it was orbiting around the sun. We only saw it in the morning and the evening, like we do with Venus. That's the big hint, by the way, that something's inside of our orbit, is the fact that we can only see it on the morning and evening, because if it's outside of our orbit, we can see it all night long. But if it's inside our orbit, like Venus is, we have to basically, any time it would be in view would also be when the sun is in view, so the sky is blue. But if, as the morning and evening rolls around, sun goes down, Venus pops up and goes high, and then disappears.
That in searching for the causes of the great upheavals of the past, and in considering their effects, I became skeptical of the great theories concerning celestial motions that were formulated when the historical facts described here were not all known to science. The subject deserves to be discussed in detail and quantitatively. All that I would venture to say at this time and this place is the following. The accepted celestial mechanics, notwithstanding the many calculations that have been carried out to many decimal places or verified by celestial motions, stands only if the sun, the source of light and warmth, and other radiation produced by fusion and fission of atoms, is as a whole an electrical neutral body, and also if the planets and their usual orbits are neutral bodies. Fundamental principles in celestial mechanics, including the law of gravitation, must come into question if the sun possesses a charge sufficient to influence the planets in their gravitation, in their orbits, or comets in theirs. In the Newtonian celestial mechanics, based on the theory of gravitation, electricity and magnetism play no role. Emanuel Velikovsky, New York, 1950. Preface, 1965. First published in 1950, this book was left unchanged in all subsequent printing, nor have any textual changes been made in this paper-bound edition. This was so by design. I wish to keep the text in its original form in order that, unaltered, it should face all subsequent discovery in the fields it covers or touches upon. Should there have been changes, the reader of a new edition would be unable to judge to what extent a book heretical in 1950 could measure up to later developments. In 1950,
Okay, hold on 1 second. That wasn't the video I wanted to show. Just give me a brief moment. Yeah, we're gonna do a little video on consciousness.
Something for you. Now listen to this and then tell me what you think. Theory proves that consciousness moves to another universe after death. A book titled Biocentrism, How Life and Consciousness Are the Keys to Understanding the Nature of the Universe, has stirred up the internet because it contained a notion that life does not end when the body dies, which is pleasing news to all of us. It can last forever. The author of this publication, scientist Robert Lanza, and there's also that neurologist who had an afterlife or after-death experience, who was voted the third most important scientist alive by the New York Times, has no doubts that this is possible beyond time and space. Lanza is an expert in regenerative medicine and scientific director of Advanced Cell Technology Company. Before he has known for his extensive research, which dealt with stem cells, he was also famous for several successful experiments on cloning endangered animal species. But not so long ago, the scientist became involved with physics, quantum mechanics, and astrophysics. This explosive mixture has given birth to the new theory of biocentrism, which the professor has been preaching ever since. Biocentrism teaches that life and consciousness are fundamental to the universe. It is consciousness that creates the material universe, not the other way around. Yes, I've heard this before. Have you? Have you heard this before?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've heard some of it before.
Yes, I have too.
Yes.
Lanza points to the structure.
Not in this sort of format.
No, I haven't, but it makes sense on the outside. Don't you agree?
Well, the universe is alive.
Yes.
You could argue
Thriving.
it's like Earth. Earth is a living
organism.
Yes.
The ancient Egyptians thought that people were stars. Lanza points to the structure of the universe itself, and that the laws, forces, and constants of the universe appear to be fine-tuned for life, implying intelligence existed prior to matter. I've often thought that intelligence or consciousness had to create material to inhabit, because if it's just a airborne consciousness with no matter, it would probably have that kind of power, I would think. He also claims that space and time are not objects or things, but rather tools of our animal understanding. Lanza says that we carry space and time around with us, like turtles with shells, meaning that when the shell comes off space and time, we still exist. The theory implies that death of consciousness simply does not exist.
And I know atoms live forever, correct?
Atom. Oh, yeah. Except when they, yeah, well, that's right, they do, because even when they get smashed up, they're still alive.
Mm-hmm.
They're just smaller, aren't they?
Yeah, it's argued that you can't eliminate information from the universe. It only exists as a thought because people identify themselves with their body. They believe that the body is going to perish sooner or later, thinking their consciousness will disappear too. If the body generates consciousness, then consciousness dies when the body dies. But if the body receives consciousness in the same way that a cable box receives satellite signals, then of course the consciousness does not end at the death of the physical vehicle. In fact, consciousness exists outside of constraints of time and space. It is able to be anywhere in the human body and outside of it. In other words, it is non-local in the same sense that some objects are non-local. Lanza also believes that multiple universes can exist simultaneously. In one universe, the body can be dead, and in another, it continues to exist. That's interesting. Absorbing consciousness which migrated into this universe. This means that a dead person, while traveling through the same tunnel, ends up not in hell or in heaven, but in a similar world he or she once inhabited, but this time alive, and so on, indefinitely. It's almost like a cosmic Russian doll afterlife effect. What do you think of that, Andy?
Mm-hmm.
You agree with that?
Multiple universes, and you migrate while traveling through the tunnel, ends up not in hell or
in between them.
That's right.
When we die in this universe, we're born in another. That's fascinating. I never considered that.
Yeah. But you go to a similar place, so the similarities are always the same. So you go to the parallel equivalent of where you were. But this time, you're still alive.
Now, you see, do we get to pick who we're going to be, or do we enter like a Russian roulette? Speaking of Russin, of you got to just enter the barrel, and if you might end up a monkey or a fly or a human being living in America or in China, or is it I want to be in that person?
I don't think you necessarily get a choice of the person, but you'd still end up being human. But yes, you would, because it says here, you migrate through the time, but you've got to migrate to a similar world that you once inhabited. So in other words, it might not be called America, but it would be somewhere where you'd have, I suppose in today's world we'd call it a privileged existence.
Well, you know, that makes so much more sense to me than we're just some cosmic accident. You know.
And I like the idea that there was consciousness before there could be matter.
Well, it goes on here. Multiple worlds. This hope instilling but extremely controversial theory by Lanza has many unwitting supporters. Not just mere mortals who want to live forever, but also some well-known scientists. These are the physicists and astrophysicists, that word doesn't exactly roll off the tongue, who tend to...
These are the physicists and astrophysicists.
Yeah. See what I mean? Who tend to agree with existence of parallel worlds and who suggest... Go ahead, Andy, finish it.
Who suggest the possibility of multiple universes. Go, Greg.
No, you go. Are you doing good?
Multiverse multi-universe is a so-called scientific concept which they defend. They believe that no physical laws exist that would prohibit the existence of parallel worlds.
Very good. The first one was a science fiction writer, H.G. Wells, who proclaimed in 1895 in his story, The Door in the Wall. That's when you asked me about that. And after 62 years, this idea was developed by Dr. Hugh Everett. In his graduate thesis at Princeton University, it basically posits that at any given moment, the universe divides into countless similar instances. And the next moment, these newborn universes split in a similar fashion. In some of these worlds, you may be present reading this article in one universe or watching TV in another. Go.
The triggering factor of these multiplying worlds is our actions, explained Everett. If we make some choices, instantly one universe splits into two with different versions of outcomes. So is that for the individual or is that for everyone, if you get what I mean by that, Greg? So as an individual, when I make a decision about something, it can split into into the various things that decision could be.
In some other universe, perhaps we lost World War II, but it was called something else. But here's the thing, that your question was profound, because does it split off into many other universes just for that person or for the whole universe at hand?
Or does everybody get their own universe?
Everybody gets, that's got to be more like it, dude. That's
within the universe.
Yeah, like the Russian doll thing. I get it. Yeah. In the 1980s, Andrei Lind, scientist, Lebedev's Institute of Physics, developed the theory of multiple universes. He is now a professor at Stanford University. Lind explained, space consists of many inflating spheres, oh boy, which give rise to similar spheres, and those in turn produce spheres in even greater numbers, and so on to infinity. In the universe, they are spaced apart. Kind of makes you feel small, doesn't it? They are not aware of each other's existence, but they represent parts of the same physical universe.
That is interesting, Greg. In so much of what we come across, we go, oh, the mainstream doesn't look at this, doesn't look at that. Yet here you have a professor at Stanford, which is, not some little chicken feed university, allowed to run these ideas, which are basically the same ideas that all of us in Electric Universe run.
Yeah.
They just called it, they just give it a different name. Yeah. It's the place of the soul.
This is the thing. When they say there's no island in space, that goes from the macro to the micro. Now when we go to these different universes, I'm thinking they're going to be different sizes, all the way up to so immense that you can see the beings of the bigger universe in our nebulae. Now, I know it's crazy, right? But I mean, it's just so big to us, it looks like some big fog, And then, I mean, it sounds crazy, but then there are atoms. There are these little water bearers who have a whole universe. They're so tiny in a drop of water. Yeah, that's interesting.
And there's also the theories where, so, like, as you've pointed out before, they say, the energy I get from the sun now is 8 minutes old.
They can survive in space.
Is it 8 minutes old? Because when you turn on the generator main switch at the power station, the power is immediate.
Immediate.
Yeah, so it just excites there.
Yeah, that's Einstein's hypothetical speed of light thing,
Yeah.
I don't think light travels, honestly. I think it emits, and the atoms in between become illuminated, you know?
So the wave in various formats, which goes back to what Winter talks about with his business, and now what is it, Planck times gold with the gold ratio. And then of course you got the bloke from Austria who did the water. What was his? Right, you've got him. And that's all about waves. The fourth state of water, all about that wave.
Yeah. Also, you got the Japanese fella who would freeze things. He would say, "I love you" and "thank you," and it would come out some beautiful sphere-looking thing like a snowflake. And he would say, "I hate you, you're worthless," and it would come out black and deformed. That kind of implies that the water itself is alive.
Yes. Yes.
And in that water are atoms of hydrogen and oxygen, who must be alive. I mean, it must just be never-ending.
Mm. It's just a life form that we don't recognize.
And it's all connected with electricity.
And when we drink water, we are part of that life form.
Yeah. Yeah, I write sometimes. I don't much anymore, but my son still does. He writes "thank you" on his water bottle and "I love you" and stuff like that. It's corny, but not really if water has memory.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The fact that our universe is not supported by data received from the Planck Space Telescope, using the data, scientists have created the most accurate map of the microwave background. Now that's kind of getting into mainstream stuff. The so-called cosmic relic background radiation, which has remained since the inception of our universe. They also found that the universe has a lot of dark recesses represented by some holes and extensive gaps. Well, there is that one gap that's like billions of light years across. It's just nothing but blackness.
And it's at the porthole between them.
Mm-hmm. At least he didn't say black holes and dark matter. Please don't say that, because then they'll lose me. But then they're operating within the constraints of mainstream science. So why would I expect them not to go there? Because they might have to. They have, if you don't toe the line, you're out.
Yep.
This is being a rebel, if you ask me. I don't know. Direct result of attacks on us by neighboring universes. How about that? That's what the gaps are from. Okay, here we go with soul. And it's about over. A few more paragraphs. Soul. So if there's abundance of, and just feel free to cut in whenever, the soul. So there is abundance of places or other universes where our soul could migrate after death. According to the theory of neo-biocentrism, but does the soul exist? Is there any scientific theory of consciousness that could accommodate such a claim? According to Dr. Stuart Hameroff, a near-death experience happens when some information that inhabits the nervous system leaves the body and dissipates into the universe. Contrary to materialistic accounts of consciousness, Dr. Hameroff offers an alternative explanation of consciousness that can perhaps appeal to both the rational scientific mind and the personal intuitions. Help me out, Andy. Read that. I'm going to get a drink of water.
Consciousness resides, according to Stewart and British physicist Sir Roger Penrose, in the microtubules of brain cells, which are primary sites of quantum processing. Upon death, this information is released from your body, meaning your consciousness goes with it. They have argued that our experience of consciousness is the result of gravity effects in these microtubes, a theory which they dubbed orchestrated objective reduction.
What did you make of that?
Well, yes, well, I've read where the consciousness, the soul, leaves the body, and then eventually it will find another body, and I'm pretty sure it's from about 12 to 18 months of age, a person gets a jolt, and that's when, because when you're born, you're carrying your mother's soul, and then you have to get your own soul, and that soul, although it has the memory is not really available. So you can't see that past life of that soul, but you know there is a past life.
Do you think soul groups are possible? That's what Edgar Casey said, that we have soul groups that stick together. But see, if you bring one soul into the universe before its time, another soul might have to die. Because it's that soul. Which scares me about grandchildren. But I know that can't be.
No. It's, once the soul inhabits, that will be the soul that will be there. Possibly a what they call a near-death experience.
Yeah.
The soul may be able to change. Or if you got multiple souls, wouldn't that give you multiple personalities?
Right. I think we each have one soul. I think that could be
except for people that have multiple personalities.
Yeah, like people who had schizophrenia and hear voices.
Yeah, that could be multiple souls.
They think that they really are hearing voices. They have just tuned into a different universe.
Yeah. And that's quite possible if you're thinking about what these people have written.
Yes.
So then their body's in a turmoil of which soul the other souls are trying to, there was further up there where it talked about it, the other souls are trying to push that one out because they want to take over. Because if they don't get, so if you've got one soul,
I thought that
and two others are trying to, and two others are trying to enter you. When you die from this life, what happens to them two other souls that didn't get the existence at that time? Do they stay floating?
That might explain ghosts. I was just about to say, there are many enigmatic things that happen with, you can even watch them on YouTube videos. It's crazy. How much paranormal activity there is on the earth.
Yeah.
And there's been people who have gone to old insane asylums, that were vacated years before, and it's just almost too crazy to even stay there. That must mean some people after death are tortured, perhaps because they're the way that they died, or, like they were murdered or something. Consciousness, or at least proto-consciousness, is theorized by them to be a fundamental property of the universe, present even at the first moment of the universe during the Big Bang. It never happened. The universe has been here, possibly know how it came to be. That's mainstream drivel. And I told you they'd have to go there at some point. In one such scheme, proto-consciousness experience is a basic property of physical reality accessible to a quantum process associated with brain activity. Our souls are in fact constructed from the very fabric of the universe. We're star stuff. Yeah, we know that. And may have existed since the beginning of time. Our brains are just receivers and amplifiers for the proto-consciousness that is intrinsic to the fabric of space-time. That's heavy. I think Walt Thornhill even himself had implied that consciousness comes from without, just like the power of the sun. So is there really a part of your consciousness that is non-material and will live on after death of your physical body? I'm sorry.
Well, let's have a look at this bit, Greg.
Let me read that.
Let's have a little
look at this. I want to read that last sentence. So is there really a part of our consciousness that is non-material and will live on after death of our physical body? Go.
Okay, what I was going to say is, early on in the article, they talked about the microwaves they are now able to measure that would have been prior to the present or the Big Bang. And then somewhere in here they get lost and they start talking Big Bang. Well, hang on, we're talking before Big Bang.
Yeah.
So the Big Bang's not really such a Big Bang.
No.
Because all this was happening prior. Yeah, in the last age.
Yeah, how the universe came about is something that I don't even think we could ever understand. Because it's probably always was, and that boggles the mind in itself.
Well, let's look at the plasma, and I would probably say they're putting too much emphasis on the brain and not enough emphasis on the plasma within the body, which our blood is
or the
basically
consciousness.
plasma.
Yes, that's right.
And your blood carries your consciousness.
That's very good.
So when the blood stops, the plasma leaves the body.
And consciousness itself is in the plasma.
Yes.
I get it.
Yes.
I get it.
And everything, like the electric universe, so much of what Walt Thornhill and those people talk about is about the plasma.
Yes, and it has a sense of humor.
Yeah, there you go. See, so it's living.
Well, there's a couple paragraphs here. Let's get them over with. Dr. Hammeroff, go ahead. Did you have something to say, Andy? I'm sorry.
No, you go.
Okay.
No, you go.
Dr. Hammeroff told the Science Channel through the Wormhole documentary, let's say the heart stops beating, the blood stops flowing, the microtubules lose their state. The information within the microtubules is not destroyed. It can't be destroyed. It just dissipates to the universe at large. Robert Lanza would add, here, not only does it exist in the universe, it exists perhaps in another universe. If the patient is resuscitated, revived, the information can go back into the microtubules, and in the patient says, I had a near-death experience. He adds, if they're not revived and the patient dies, it's possible that this information can exist outside the body, perhaps indefinitely, as a soul. This account of consciousness, word I don't say easily, consciousness, explains things with near-death experiences, astral projection, out-of-body experiences, and even reincarnation without needing to appeal to religious ideology. The energy of your consciousness potentially gets recycled back into a different body at some point. And in the meantime, it exists outside of the physical body on some other level of reality and possibly in another universe. The end. It doesn't say the author's name, does it? Give him credit. It just says by admin. And I'll put the link in the description. Yeah. Pretty interesting. I thought that the folks would be interested in this. I know that whenever I see something about life after death, I've been seeking answers for a long time. I'm sure we all are. And anytime anything has anything to do with consciousness or, our souls, I'm sure people are interested in it like I am.
And the thing is, you don't need, say, a definitive religion to have consciousness,
right?
And to have a soul,
right?
Because the soul is the energy within you, which we know has to be the plasma, within the plasma.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I think that's the key. It's always been about the plasma.
Yep.
Even Don Scott, like he said that all the lights we see in the night sky is plasma. You say, well, I see the moon. Yeah, but the moon is reflecting the sun, which is plasma. The light.
Yes, and it changes states, which gives you all your elements and transmutations.
Yeah.
With the different energy levels within it, which is the soul. How many souls? Hey.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. I mean, you could ask a million questions, about it, and it just keeps being more mysterious. But I really put a lot of stock into what that one guy said, the neurologist who had this is a scientific-minded guy. He didn't believe in any of it before. He got some kind of encephalitis of the brain, swelled up. They didn't expect him to live. He was in a coma.
Yeah.
And he died.
Yeah.
And I guess they brought him back, but he had this whole experience of riding on a butterfly's wing and meeting his sister who was deceased. And he didn't even know her at the time. And she told him his name and whatever. And when he got back, and after he had went back to normal, they found the sister that was long lost. And it was that girl that he was talking to in the afterlife. And that just blows my mind.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And that's scary, dude. It's like we're being run by homicidal maniacs. Homicidal and suicidal maniacs. The patients are running the asylum.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the things.
Basically. All right, well, that was a good installment for the consciousness. Do you have anything else to add?
No. We should go through that.
We will. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do a few segments like this. This is just the first. All right, check it out.
Yeah.
Nephilim. The present state of the moon and of Mars and other celestial bodies does not imply that in the past they were equally desolate. Concerning Mars and the moon, we have the testimony of our ancestors, supported by modern observation, that these bodies were engaged in near collisions only a few thousand years ago. It is not excluded that under conditions prevailing on their surfaces prior to these events, life could have developed there, or elsewhere in the solar system to an advanced stage. Working in the early 1940s on Worlds in Collision, which in its original form covered also the cataclysmic events preceding the Exodus, I wondered at a certain description that sounded like a visit from space. The 6th chapter of the book of Genesis starts this way: "And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose." The story told in Genesis 6 about the sons of God, B'nai Elam, coming to the daughters of men is usually explained as referring to an advanced priesthood that mingled with backward tribesmen. When Columbus discovered America, the natives, according to the diary of his first voyage, regarded him and his crew as having arrived from the sky. A similar occurrence could have taken place in pre-diluvial times, when some invaders from a remote part of the world came and were regarded as sons of God. But if we are today on the eve of interplanetary travel, we must not declare as absolutely impossible the thought that this Earth was visited ages ago by some people from another planet. Or was this Earth alone populated by intelligent beings? In my understanding this passage from the book of Genesis, is a literary relic dealing with a visit of intelligent beings from another planet. It appears that the extraterrestrial visitors made their landing as if in advance knowledge of the impending catastrophe of the deluge. It could be that Jupiter and Saturn were approaching each other, even closer on their orbits, and that a disruption of one of them was expected. Possibly many centuries or even millennia passed between the landing and the deluge. The mission could have been undertaken to ascertain the conditions on Earth. If it was an escape, it could also have been from another catastrophe in the solar system, one of those that precede the deluge, like the one described as the dethronement and emasculation of Uranus by Kronos. If the ancient legends of a battle between the gods and titans, so persistent in the Greek world, but also in the mythologies of other civilizations, have any historical value, we may try to find what may have been the substratum of this fantasy. It seems that following great convulsions of nature, observable in the celestial sphere, giant bodies were hurled on the earth. They arrived, burned, and were crushed by impact. But at least one group of escapees succeeded in safely reaching the earth. They descended on Mount Hermon, or Anti-Lebanon. Of the extra-biblical traditions dealing with the subject, some reach hoary antiquity, antecedent to the composition of the Bible texts. The Book of Enoch narrates that the group was composed of males only, 200 in number, under the leadership of one by the name of Shemhazai. Agadic literature says that the sons of God tried to return to heaven from where they had come, but could not. The new arrivals were probably of gigantic stature. Their progeny with women of the earth were giants. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came in to the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men that were of old, the men of renown. Having fathered giants, they themselves must have been not of human size. The planet from which they came, I would not know to determine. El would refer to Saturn. The great size of the visitors would suggest a smaller body, where the gravitational influence would be less. 10,000 years is only an instant in the life of the cosmos. 10,000 years ago, man was only in a rude Stone Age. Today, he contemplates to visit other planets. If such progress is made in a time as short as this, who knows what secrets are concealed in the past or in the future? Because the story seemed so fantastic, I made up my mind at that time not to publish anything on the subject when discussing the deluge and still earlier events. I came to this idea in 1940 and 41. In the 1950s, many people reported sighting UFOs, which were claimed to be vehicles of visitors from other planets, a view which does not find any credence with me. In 1957, the space age began, and by the late 1960s, when the proposal that there were ancient visitors to Earth from other star systems found its way into print, in 1960, a Russian physicist and mathematician, M. Agrest, came to the conclusion that Baalbek Stone was a platform for ascent by ancient space travelers, and that Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed by atomic weapons. February 9, 1960. At the time, I saw some alluring points to this thesis, but I would strongly question the implication that extraterrestrial visitors came to Earth as late as the Old Kingdom in Egypt, because this is the time to which the patriarch Abraham, a contemporary of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, belonged. Previously, several correspondents engaged me on the subject. One correctly observed that in order to procreate, the visitors must have been the same species as man. The Nephilim would more correctly be rendered as sons of gods, and may possibly be taken in the sense of sons of planets, or those who came from the planets. Several sources, including the Book of Enoch and Clement of Alexandria, maintain that the Nephilim brought with them much astronomical and technical knowledge, which they imparted to mankind. They couldn't have been all bad. Around a sun-like star is going to be really rare because they have no way of getting water. They have to be in an environment where they can get water, and that's why I'm with Velikovsky and Thunderbolts when they say that the Earth was a satellite of a brown dwarf star, simply for that matter, for the oxygen and the water that we have. And now, sure enough, they found a system. Well, here, let me play this for you. This will tell you better.
Imagine a place with not one, not two, but 7 Earth-sized planets all orbiting a single star. It's not just science fiction, thanks to a new discovery by NASA's Spitzer Space Telescope. TRAPPIST-1, an ultra-cool dwarf star just under 40 light-years away, plays host to this incredible collection of planets. In 2016, astronomers using the TRAPPIST telescope at the La Silla Observatory in Chile first identified 3 Earth-sized planets here. The discovery warranted extensive follow-up by Spitzer, whose infrared detectors are particularly sensitive to the cool glow of this tiny star. Spitzer devoted over 21 days of nearly continuous observations to TRAPPIST-1, pausing only to send data back to Earth. It was looking for tiny dips in the star's brightness when the circling planets pass in front of the star or transit. From this extensive data set, astronomers confirmed 2 of the 3 previously reported planets and found the third was really 3 different ones. Plus it discovered 2 more for a total of 7. The transits tell us a lot about these planets, including their size, orbital period, distance from the star, and for some of them, their approximate mass and density. NASA's Hubble Space Telescope followed up by studying the transits to look for the chemical hydrogen gas in the exoplanet atmospheres. While its search continues, none has been found yet, adding support to the idea these are all rocky terrestrial worlds. That makes this a planetary system that is both familiar yet exotic. It is likely most, if not all, of these planets perpetually keep one face pointed toward their star, a phenomenon called tidal locking. This would create large temperature gradients across their surfaces and offer the possibility that liquid water could exist on any of them under the right conditions. Moreover, if you could stand on the surface of one of these worlds and look up at your neighboring planets in the sky, they would at times appear larger than our moon looks to us. That's because TRAPPIST-1 is only a little bigger than Jupiter, and the TRAPPIST-1 planets orbit only a little farther apart than Jupiter's moons. Interplanetary trips here would be measured in days, not months or years like in our solar system. For now, we can only speculate what these exoplanets might be like, as we still know relatively little about them. Upcoming missions like the James Webb Space Telescope will study the TRAPPIST-1 system in greater detail and uncover more clues about the atmospheres and compositions of these 7 Earth-sized worlds.
It's kind of funny, though.
I know. Everybody funny. Now you for that too.
Purple dawn theory is so vital because these planets have to get their oxygen, their atmospheres, and whatever it is they need to sustain life from this little brown dwarf star or red dwarf. It must have been very frustrating for him to paint someone a blueprint and have them still not get it. That word obstinate comes to mind. It's kind of funny, though.
I said I know. Everybody funny. Now you for that too.
I'm gonna read something to you, and you tell me if you know who wrote it. estimates that super-technological starmen with interstellar spaceships may have visited Earth some 5,000 times since life first proliferated on Earth some 500 million years ago. All right, time's up. The answer is Carl Sagan. How about that? I guess he can, engage and talk like that, but had Velikovsky ever done that when he was coming out with his book, they would have probably wanted to put him in a mental hospital. Carl Sagan kind of came around to seeing things Velikovsky's way, it looks like there at the end. There's another one. Dr. V. Ranghavan, head of Sanskrit at University of Madras. 50 years of researching this ancient works convinces me that there are living beings on other planets, and they have visited Earth as far back as 4000 BC. I would say further, much further. There is just a mass of fascinating information about flying machines, even fantastic science fiction weapons, that can be found in translations of the Vedas, Indian epics, and other ancient Sanskrit texts. Well, we've known that for a while. And this one really gets me. Dr. Robert Bloom, mainstream paleontologist, came out with a pronouncement that probably staggered all of his colleagues, saying it was clear to him that evolution was accomplished not by natural selection or mutations, but by spiritual beings of various grades and various kinds of intelligence. Even the hardcore mainstreamers end up coming out and saying this. And here's one of the things that gets me. I don't think for a minute that Cro-Magnon man went extinct. Cro-Magnon man appeared with the mysteriously improved skeletal characteristics and with the cranial capacity that is amazingly in excess by 100 cubic centimeters of that of modern man. A similarly large degree of brain expansion occurred in absolutely no other species on Earth. In all the ages of the past, not has any genus shown evidence of brain mutation of a comparable magnitude since antiquity. Why aren't the apes getting bigger brains and evolving? The rabbits. No other species. The brains of all these early humans were 10 to 15% larger than ours. Well, this even goes further. We got them as cavemen. I don't think that they were cavemen. I know that one thing so that they could figure out the mysteries of the universe. Now, Hoagland says that you can get, when you look at the moon up close, you see a light at the edges, and that is the crystalline structures or glass structures that were built like domes. And, this is what the moon looks like just looking at it through my regular lens. It's pretty bright and can't make much out. And when I zoom in on it, you can see what he's talking about. And you see that light around the edges there. It's green, sometimes it's blue. It just depends. Now, I don't know if this is a photography effect or if it's like he says, light from the sun filtering through glass structures. Could very well be. Many times I've poo-pooed things that Hoagland has said, but more often than not, Turns out that he's not just talking out of his butt. He seems to have a grasp on this thing. I sometimes thinks that he sees a building in every rock pile, but yet, see, to us, as an untrained eye, it might look like a rock pile. I know that the man has to have a lot of experience, so I have to give him his props for that. He's really trying to make a difference and bring us what they're up to over there at NASA. And I think that's a good thing. I think that he's sincere in his work.
Line with the actual solid horizon of space above the airglow. Now pay attention to your screen at the top center. You will see a dot of light appear and begin to move from right to left. Watch carefully. The dot will turn hard right in apparent response to a brief flash from the lower left. 3 seconds later, 2 contrails move sharply upward from the lower left. In my opinion, the NASA shuttle video you have just seen is among the most extraordinary pieces of footage in television history. A truly extraordinary leak of what has to be the world's most secret military program. This is not just wild-eyed speculation. There is a document which was uncovered in the 1980s, declassified by the Air Force from the Wright-Patterson Technical Library in Ohio, that in fact reveals in the 1950s, for approximately 10 or 20 years, this nation, all the major aerospace companies were engaged in research on electrogravitic technology. Electrogravitics is basically the control of gravity. In 1958, after a special conference arranged among all these players by the Air Force, all reference to this technology in the open literature disappeared. But underground, quietly, with secret, black-budgeted money, who knows what by now these people and these processes could have developed.
That's all they are. So, you know, my problem here is if we keep explaining every human technological innovation by crashed and recovered extraterrestrial flying saucers, pretty soon we're going to have to start crashing stuff on ET's world so that they can catch back up with us. I mean, this is a philosophical, epistemological, go nowhere basis to do research. So when I look at what the Nazis are doing, particularly their more exotic stuff, what I'm looking at are the papers in unified field theory that are coming out inside of Germany with German authors, in some cases British authors, French authors, that are thinking in these terms. And then I'm also looking at engineering papers. This is very, very crucial because you can talk theory all you want, but can you do that with 1930s technology? And there's a very important figure that I keep discussing in my books. It's a fellow by the name of Gabriel Kron, K-R-O-N, a Hungarian electrical engineering genius, all right? This guy ended up working in the United States for General Electric. You know, that should tell you something right there. But in 1935, and this just blew my mind the first time I found this out. In 1935, Gabriel Kron wrote a paper that won him the Montefiore Prize at the University of Liège in Belgium. And in the paper, what he says is we electrical engineers can explain anomalous phase creep and so on in large networked rotating electrical systems by the use of tensor calculus. Now, you know, tensor calculus is what Albert Einstein is using in general relativity. So what Kron is just telling you is we can take that whole hyperdimensional mathematical language out of the realm of theory, where it only affects things on a planetary or stellar scale, bring it right down here onto the laboratory bench, and use this to explain and therefore manipulate phenomena that we electrical engineers are encountering in our electrical systems. What he's just told you is, in a certain sense, we don't need the theory to have a unified field theory. We can use this stuff right now with current technology and with current mathematical higher dimensional analysis. That's breathtaking. And, incidentally, at the moment he publishes this paper and receives this prize, unified field theory publication absolutely stops inside of Nazi Germany. There's not another word about it. And, this isn't because the Nazis are afraid of Jewish physics. What it means is they've seen exactly what the implications are, and they've decided to start working on it.
Wow. Indeed. Well, that's going to do it for me tonight. Thanks for watching. Until next time, I'll see you on down the road.
Yeah, we're gonna go, it's not gonna be a long one. One more.
General, I must protest this impetuous decision.
A Custer decision, impetuous. Grant called me impetuous too. A drunkard, sitting there in the White House, calling me impetuous.
General, I implore you to reconsider. Think of the men whose lives depend upon you.
What do you think I should do, Mule Skinner?
Sir, that man doesn't know anything.
What do you say, Mule Skinner? Should I go down there or withdraw?
I had him. But this time what I held in my hand wasn't a knife, but the truth.
Well, what's your answer, Mule Skinner?
General? You go down there.
You're advising me to go into the coulee?
Yes, sir.
There are no Indians there, I suppose.
I didn't say that. There are thousands of Indians down there. And when they get done with you, there won't be nothing left but a greasy spot. This ain't the Washita River, General. And them ain't helpless women and children waiting for you. They're shy and brave and Sioux. You go down there if you got the nerve.
Still trying to outsmart me, aren't you, Mule Skinner? You want me to think that you don't want me to go down there, but the subtle truth is you really don't want me to go down there. Well, are you reassured now, Major?
You remember General Custer and controversy that swirled around him back in the 60s or the 70s? I wanted to start this presentation off with the General Custer thing to give a graphical example of how historians can get things wrong. I remember my dad telling me that he was just a crazy, brave general who took unnecessary chances, and I mean, he seemed to know, even with the fact that historical academia was saying that he was this great man that loved the Indians. And he knew better. I think that's always existed. People just know, but they don't really say anything about it. And he was hoisted up as a hero, and he got his rank by accident. In the story of the Little Bighorn, a Little Big Man, a movie that was supposedly a history comedy kind of thing, has Custer depicted closer to the true Custer than the Errol Flynn figure. I know that. The witnesses that won the battle, the Indians, were completely ignored by the historians. I don't really see any battlefield detectives going in there or anything. The Indians said that the battle lasted as long as it took a man to eat his lunch. So I don't really think you could call it a battle. Maybe it was a rout, but Custer severely underestimated the Sioux and the Cheyenne, and they had superior firepower to him. The army wanted to save money, and they had all of these bullets left over from the Civil War for these single-shot carbines that they equipped their troopers with. And the Cheyenne warriors mostly were using Henry rifles and Spencer rifles, you name it. They had a whole gaggle of weapons. They had everything from flintlocks to repeaters. They outgunned and outmanned the U.S. 7th Cavalry. Custer was probably being foolhardy. Plus, it taught the U.S. military a vital lesson that they employed in every war after that. And that is, if you send more ammunition your enemy's way than they can send yours, you'll win the battle every time. For a long time, that's the way it was. And then in the 60s and 70s, it started to come out where, you know, the Indians were starting to be listened to. And then the battlefield detectives went there sometime in the 90s, and they cataloged all of the bullets, and they pretty much knew from the entire schematic of how the bullets were laid out how it went. And the Indians finally are listened to. It's just like myth. The ancients, our historians think that it's just a bunch of nonsense, but yet we still can't duplicate buildings that they made all those years ago. Who knows how long ago, really. That was just an example of how things can be wrong. One party that's in charge doesn't even want to listen to the other side. They say there's 7 layers to truth, to everything. And even the layer that was underneath this layer was a Cheyenne saying. The Cheyenne, the Crow, and the Sioux were the ones, the main tribes that did the fighting. And the Cheyenne saying was, the Crow got the land, the Sioux got the glory, and we did the fighting and dying. I don't know how true that is, but the Cheyennes were called the human beings because they understood that a human being is the highest form of life on the earth that we know of, but we sure don't act.
Like it.
How could you control 7 billion people if you are only maybe at the most a few dozen? How could you do it? Well, what immediately comes to mind is that you somehow circumvent things so that you can turn them all against each other and make them fight each other. We call that playing both ends against the middle. And the more one delves into the mainstream chronology of historical events, the more one scratches one's head as to what is up with all this. Why is all of this getting ignored? There's that word again. Ignorant. Seems to be pretty rampant in the academic circles. Have you ever heard something and dismissed it right away as being ridiculous, only to find out later that it was true and more than likely the case? But back to my point, how would you do it? How would you be able to control 7 billion humans and you only have a couple of dozen? Well, the answer is pretty easy, and you got to leave anything about love or togetherness out of the picture. That's just lip service.
while you do everything else contrary to that. I recently come across a group who is researching the work of Anatoly Fomenko. Now, Russians are interesting because they don't march to the beat of the Western drums. They march to their own beat. They gather their own evidence. And honestly, they're more honest and forthcoming than Western historians or scientists or cosmologists. They seem to really want to know the truth in certain cases, but they have their elements to deal with too. Since childhood, it's drummed into all of our heads that the Russians are bad people. And if you subscribe to anything they like, then you're a commie rat or whatever, a traitor. It's just propaganda. Anatoly Fomenko, working with the theory our history has been drastically changed. And of course, I put on my critical thinker's cap because of what I know about the story and cosmology. Plus, my interest always gets aroused when there is a controversy. It's just a thirst for knowledge, and that may not be conventional.
Points out that when we're reading the so-called biography aspect of Jesus Christ, we're actually reading about two individuals, not one, all mixed together. As we saw, Madame Blavatsky's talking about when we read the early Old Testament, it's two deities. We've got a Jehovah and an Elohim, and we've got the gods of different cults, all intermixed. Well, that must account for the reason why we have this wrathful God on one hand, and suddenly we have this very beneficent and benevolent and loving God on the other. Well, we're talking about more than one God. Tony Bushby says that the emperor then instructed the bishop Eusebius to compile a uniform collection of new writings to be bound together as one. Eusebius was to arrange for the production of 50 sumptuous copies to be written on parchment in a legible manner and in a convenient portable form by professional scribes thoroughly accomplished in their art. Make them to astonish, said Emperor Constantine. This was the first mention of finished copies of the Christian New Testament in the history of mankind. With his instructions now fulfilled, Emperor Constantine decreed that the new writings be thereafter called the words of God, and be attached to copies of the Hebrew Old Testament. Emperor Vespasian in the 1st century had proclaimed the entire Jewish territory the personal property of the Roman emperors, and his decision was officially ratified by the Senate. In effect, all later emperors were in control of the Jewish religion. Emperor Constantine effectively attempted to amalgamate the earlier Jewish religion with his new cult. By legal inheritance, he was also the Messiah. After Eusebius had finished drawing upon the large array of presbyter's texts, Constantine then ordered them to be destroyed by fire, and any man found concealing one should be stricken off his shoulders, that is, beheaded.
Considering all options, is it possible that a certain group were able to manipulate history and create Rome to be the bully of the world, to shine the light away from them?
Tony Bushby goes on to say, it is important to note that the format of the name Jesus Christ was not cemented down until the time of the Reformation. That is the 14th and 17th centuries AD. For in earlier times it had several renditions, such as Yeshua Christ or Yeshua Christos. Now, we saw a little earlier that the ecliptic and the celestial equator make the 4 cardinal points of the zodiac, which was the primeval Christian cross and also the pagan cross before that. But also in astrology and astronomy, there are 4 cardinal stars, 4 ancient stars that are of the most greatest importance.
This is why it is important to get your cosmology right. As I said before, it underpins everything.
And they also make a cross in the heavens. They are Aldebaran, which means in Islamic, it's a Persian word that means the eye of the bull. That's in Taurus. We have Regulus, the great red eye of the lion. We have Antares in Scorpio. And we have Fomalhaut, that's one of the fishes in Aquarius. And these 4 great stars are the precursor, the origin of the 4 sons of Horus. Horus, the god of the old world, had 4 sons. And as we've noticed, many corporate logos There's cars that go by the name of Forester, but of course if you really examine the word Forester, it actually says 4-star. There they are, the sons of Horus. There's Osiris sitting on his throne, the sun god, attended by his 4 sons, representing the cardinal points and also representing the 4 stars. So Osiris is the sun, just like Christ is the sun at the Last Supper, and the 4 cardinal points are there. The ecliptic and celestial equator intersect at 2 hypothetical points. When the sun arrives annually at these cross points, we have the spring and autumnal equinoxes. When the sun moves 90 degrees, that's 3 months from each of these, we have the 2 solstices. This is a very important point to remember. There it is again. The 12 signs of the zodiac, the earth in the middle, the sun that moves slowly along the belt of the 12 signs, and the 4 cardinal points. When the sun reaches the summer solstice in the sign of Cancer and the winter solstice, it's in the opposite sign of Capricorn. These are at the highest and lowest annual declinations of the sun, and that's why on maps we see the tropics of Cancer and the tropic of Capricorn. All that means is that when you look on a globe, you'll see 2 meridians. One is called the Tropic of Cancer and the other one is called the Tropic of Capricorn. Capricorn is in the south and the Tropic of Cancer is north of the equator. All they are is the highest rising point of the sun. The sun moves to the highest point of its arc during the year in Cancer. And it moves to its lowest point in the late Sagittarius, moving into Capricorn. And that's why you have the solstices at those points. Solstice just meaning sun standing still. However, what I would like to bring out is that Cancer was known in the ancient days. This is where the summer solstice is. Cancer was known in the ancient days as the gate of birth or life. In fact, it was even believed that souls entered in through the moon or entered through the gate of Cancer to take birth through the female. Because, of course, Cancer is the female water sign. And Capricorn was known as the gate of mortality or the gate of death. So facing Cancer is Capricorn, which is where the souls were meant to leave the terrestrial sphere after their sojourn, what we call life. The tropics of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. And this is one of the reasons, again, in a practical context, that cities like Vatican City, like London, like Washington, use this circular motif in the piazzas, these beautiful architectural edifices, but you'll always see the gate of the north and the gate of the south. Pall Mall in London is a perfect example of this zodiological motif. Cancer is also very interesting because that's where the bear is. And the movement of the bear through the whole annual cycle makes the symbol of the swastika. You take the little bear and you position it at 4 points and it will make the symbol of, we know as the swastika. We know that America is born in July 4th. That's the sign of Cancer. That's why its symbol is the bear of the California flag. It's to commemorate Cancer and the northerly sign. Cancer is also very interesting because being the northerly sign, it sits beside Leo, which is also a northerly sign. Leo is always been signified by the lion, the red lion, the ruddy lion. And the sign of Cancer, which was lunar, ruled by the moon. The most ancient symbol of Cancer was the unicorn, the pale white unicorn. So if you're a Cancer, you know that your symbol is the crab. But long before it was the crab, the symbol of the unicorn was the symbol. And that's why you see on royal heraldry, the royal families are all very aware of this. They design their cities this way, they put their throne rooms this way, and even their heraldry shows you the red lion of Leo right beside the unicorn of Cancer, the pale white moon. Now in the story of Jesus we have, of course, the famous motif of the birthday of Jesus. It's well brought out. It's a famous story, Nativity, that the Son of God is a historical personage, they try to tell us, and that he has a birthday, the Nativity. From Fraser, we find that the custom of celebrating Christ's birth began in Egypt, being derived from the mother goddess cult there, and the Christians there celebrated it on 6th of January. Okay, so the original date of birth of the sun god from ancient times was January 6th. By the 4th century, it had become generally established in the East The Western Church had never recognized the 6th of January as the true date, and in time its decision was accepted by the Eastern Church. At Antioch, this change was not introduced until 375 AD. Now, the reason why the Fathers transferred the celebration of the 6th of January to the 25th of December was this. It was the custom of the heathen to celebrate on the same 25th of December the birthday of the sun, at which they kindled lights in token of festivity. In these solemnities and festivities, the Christians also took part. Accordingly, when the doctors of the church perceived that the Christians had a leaning to this festival, they took counsel and resolved that the true nativity should be solemnized on that day and the festival of the Epiphany on the 6th of January. Accordingly, along with this custom, the practice has prevailed, the kindling of fires until the 6th. Alexander Del Mar, in his fine book, Middle Ages Revisited, says, Sir Isaac Newton, in his Prophecies of Daniel, showed that not only the solar festivals, but all the other principal ones observed by the early church were Roman festivals fitted with new names. There's nothing holy about the Holy Roman Empire. There's nothing holy about Constantine. And sadly, there's nothing holy about modern Christianity that came right out of that. Now, Melito of Sardis, the 2nd century theologian, said that King of Heaven, Prince of Creation, Son of the Eastern Sky, who appeared both to the dead in Hades and to the mortals upon earth, he, the only true Helios, arose for us out of the highest summits of heaven. So wait a minute, I thought that Jesus rose out of the highest summits of heaven. No, Helios did. The King of Heaven, the Son. Here's a passage. They are all thine. All those who come to thee, great and small, they belong to thee. They who live upon the earth, they all reach thee. Thou art their master. There is none outside thee. Sounds like a lovely biblical passage, doesn't it? But guess what? That's from the Louvre stele, an Egyptian hymn to the sun god of the Egyptians, Osiris.
The new chronology is a theory which argues that the conventional chronology of Middle Eastern and European history is fundamentally flawed, and that events attributed to the civilizations of Rome, ancient Greece, and ancient Egypt actually occurred during the Middle Ages, more than 1,000 years later. The central concepts of new chronology are derived from the ideas of Russian scholar Nikolai Morozov, 1854 to 1946, although work by French scholar Jean Hardouin, 1646 to 1729, can be viewed as an earlier predecessor. However, the new chronology is most commonly associated with the Russian mathematician Anatoly Fomenko. So there's a mathematician that's actually doing good work, born in 1945. Although published works on the subject are actually a collaboration between Fomenko and several other mathematicians, the concept is most fully explained in history, fiction, or science, originally published in 7 volumes. Seems he has a lot to say.
Is it possible that ancient Rome, Greece and Egypt were invented during Renaissance? Can it be that Jesus Christ was born in 1053 AD and crucified in 1086 AD? History, fiction or science? Describes how the contemporary chronological scale was created and by whom. With the culprits named as the 16th-17th century clergy. The well-known model of history has enjoyed the relentless attention of prominent critics ever since its creation, including respected people like Sir Isaac Newton and Jean Hardouin, the court librarian of Louis XIV, the Sun King of France.
It's probably all examples and proof. The new chronology also contains a reconstruction, an alternative chronology, radically shorter than the standard historical timeline, because all ancient history is quote-unquote folded onto the Middle Ages. According to Flamenco's claims, the written story of humankind goes only as far back as AD 800. There is almost no information about events between 800 and 1000, and most known historical events took place in AD 1000 to 1500. New chronology is rejected by mainstream historians, of course, and is inconsistent with absolute and relative dating techniques used in the wider scholarly community. The majority of scientific commentators consider new chronology to be pseudo-scientific. That's no surprise to me. The history of new chronology, the idea of chronologies that differ from the conventional chronology, can be traced back to at least the early 17th century. No, isn't that a coincidence? We'll get into the mainstream concept of the Gregorian calendar in another chapter. Jean Hardoon then suggested that many ancient historical documents were much younger than commonly believed to be. In 1685, he published a version of Pliny the Elder's Natural History, in which he claimed that most Greek and Roman texts had been forged by the Benedictine monks. When later questioned on these results, Hardoon stated that he'd revealed the monks' reasons in a letter to be revealed only after his death. And guess what happened? You don't really have to guess too hard. The executors of his estate were unable to find such a document among his posthumous papers. In the 17th century, Sir Isaac Newton, examining the current chronology of ancient Greece, ancient Egypt, and the ancient Near East, expressed discontent with prevailing theories, and in the Chronology of Ancient Kingdoms amended, proposed one of his own, which, based on its study on Apollonius of Rhodes' Argonautica, changed the traditional dating of the Argonautic expedition, the Trojan War, and the founding of Rome. In 1887, Edwin Johnson expressed the opinion that early Christian history was largely invented or corrupted in the 2nd and 3rd centuries. In 1909, Otto Rank made note of duplications in literary history of a variety of culture. Almost all civilized peoples have early woven myths around and glorified in pottery their heroes, mythical kings and princes, founders of religion, dynasties, empires, and cities. In short, their national heroes, especially the history of their birth and of their early years, is furnished with fantastic traits with a PH. The amazing similarity, nay, literal identity of these tales, often if they refer to different, completely independent peoples, sometimes geographically far removed from one another, is well known and has struck many an investigator. There's more, so check out New Chronology Flamenco on Wikipedia for the mainstream story. One of the things that Mr. Flamenco is claiming, the historical chronology of events, 1,000 years has been added to the timeline. There's a young lady, her name is Sylvia. She does a lot of videos on a YouTube channel called New Earth. And don't let her young sounding voice and accent throw you off. She's very well traveled, very smart, and knows what she's talking about. Watch this.
Some 3/4 of all historic dates found in any modern history textbook are based on a supposedly ancient book called FCB Pamphili. Since this ancient work was most important for the timings of all historical events, that is why the father of the fabricated history, Scaliger, took to the task himself. The mainstream history assures us that after Scaliger made a copy of this very ancient manuscript, the original disappeared. Our history, the way we know it, is mostly based on this book. The rest of so-called ancient sources are the books that were copied by the monks, but not just any monks, just few very selected and small groups. But to replace the entire history of entire planet is not that easy. Okay, they created the new version, but the real records, the real old books and the memory of the people still kept the real history that needed to be destroyed. That is why, under the false flag of religious slogans, lists of banned books were created. Most of the books, all books, not just religious books, were in these lists. Very few of the truly old books were not enlisted. Basically, everything that was old needed to be burned and destroyed completely. If one book of a given author belonged to a banned list, that meant automatically, by law, that all of the other books of this particular author were banned as well and must be given by the citizens for burning. Otherwise, the citizens would be burnt themselves. And along with the books, very often in the fires would end up the authors of the books as well. The clergy appointed numerous and very strict commissions that would keep a very close eye and actually had absolute control on what could be printed and what could be not, and who possesses what kind of books at home.
Military-style searches were conducted at various suspect locations, both private and public.
All borders were under very strict control for banned books. However, controlling the maps that the sailors use was a bit more difficult for obvious reasons. That is why, now and then, uncomfortable ancient maps surface. As of today, there is no scientific collection published that contains all old maps. One must work hard to find different fragments here and there, and in most cases, the maps are published in very low resolution so that one cannot read the small details, and also that makes it harder to notice the places where the map has been edited in recent times. And even after all that, there were people who were skeptical about the new history and didn't want to accept it. That is why the Holy Inquisition always had fires ready at hand to burn those who did not agree. This is how our so-called history was made official, not by scientists and not by historians. In more ancient time, the forces of evil, the parasitic forces, fought humanity openly, and everybody knew who fights whom. In more recent times, they completely changed their tactics. Now they don't show their faces openly, and they only operate through a relatively small number of humans who know everything and are members of the top levels of various secret societies. The rest of the population of the earth has been rendered so senseless and so unaware of its real nature and history as a result of the fraudulent propaganda of the parasites, which has been reshaping our views for many centuries, that most of us have become not people but sheeple, blindly following our so-called elected leaders. Although social surveys from all over the world all point to the fact that most of the people on this planet consider their government leaders to be total scam and fraud and criminals, still those very same people watch TV every day, TV which is censored by that same honest government. And these very same people believe the school books, although these school books have been instituted as true by that same government. The social institution of a country or a state developed at this point of time when the parasites managed to convince certain group of people to go against their own brothers. Then the need appeared for those groups to fence up parts of the earth as their own and call them states and countries. All this is described in the Vedas as the beginning of the dark ages of Kali Yuga. Before that, there were only provinces of the great empire of the survivors. And even that so-called empire was not an empire the way we imagine it nowadays. It was not a country that kept its citizens like slaves, like the modern countries. People were free and they owned the land they were born on. Finally, sometimes in the 16th and 17th century, the parasites managed to corrupt a group of the humans on the territory of Western Europe, and those started carrying out their plan of creating countries and states that were absolutely independent from territories that abided the law of goodness, the laws brought to them by the survivors or those educated by them directly or not. The parasites managed to appoint their own people, which were rebels and insurgent kings, who manipulated the public opinion with lies and false religion-based slogans. According to the law of that time, kings who did not have proper right to the throne, who were insurgents, they had to be punished by death. That is why these newly appointed rulers desperately needed a new history that will make their claim to the throne seem legitimate. All this was centrally orchestrated by the parasites, and that is why a very similar scenario happened almost in each and every European country. And that is when Scaliger was ordered to create a new history that would be convenient to the insurgent rulers, who in exchange for being placed on the throne by fraud, vowed in loyalty to the dark forces, who eventually would carry through them warfare against the citizens of these countries. The newly fabricated history at that time was very close and similar to the real events that happened. However, the empire of the survivors and their glorious past was absolutely excluded from this history. Not only the memory of the empire was completely erased, but events that, although distorted, were still connected to it, were artificially, fraudulently sent away to the faraway past, and thus made look even more unimportant and irrelevant to the new historic reality that was imposed upon the people somewhere in the 16th and 17th century. The Society of the Flemish Jesuits issued 53 thick volumes with so-called ancient books that conveniently disappeared in various library fires after the copies of them were made by these Jesuits. Another big center of the so-called copy-making was the order of the Benedict monks. It is a well-known fact mentioned in those thick volumes themselves and accepted by mainstream historians that the monks were not merely making copies. They honestly confessed, "We are also correcting the books so that they will fit the new ideas of the 17th century." And actually that is one of the best scenarios. In some cases there was no ancient text at all, and compositions that were written in 16th and 17th century are now quoted as ancient works. A huge collection of so-called ancient books whose originals conveniently and selectively burned in library fires was published by these Benedict monks, and this collection contained 221 volumes of Latin works supposedly belonging to ancient Romans,
and not to mention 161 volumes supposedly written by ancient Greek authors.
If you think that all monks of that time were innocent, godly creatures who could not be susceptible to any corruption, please follow the links about the monks in the description of this video. I promise you will not regret. Let's get into the details of how the history of a whole planet was shifted, for example, with 1,000 years back in time. In the Middle Ages, people used to write years in a different way, not the way we write them now. There were two ways in the Middle Ages to write the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. One was Jesus, and the other one was Christos. And when people meant that a certain event happened 300 years after Jesus Christ, they placed an I in front of the number of the year. An alternative version was to place the letter X, and that originated from the name Christos, because that is how, till nowadays, the Slavic people call our Savior Jesus Christ. For example, Ludovici Elsevier is considered by the mainstream historians to be a Renaissance publisher. However, as we can see on their own emblem, the year is 595. Before this year, we see the letter I and a dot after it. This is obviously not the number 1. Another example, according to the mainstream history, this is 1521. However, if you pay attention, this is clearly the letter I. This is not the number 1, and it is separated with dots. Another example, this is interpreted nowadays as year 1656. However, we can see that it actually has the letter I instead of 1, and the year written is 656.
There were different handwriting styles for writing the letter I. Here is another one from Germany. This is year 658. However, nowadays it is interpreted as 1000 658.
This is from Nuremberg, Germany, and again, there is no doubt that this is year 699, and there is a letter I in front of it. This is not the number 1. 1 was never written in this way. While the previous writing was before the introduction of the ideas of Scaliger, this is the same location, but the paintings are from the 18th century. And here we see how the letter I has been substituted with the number 1, and in this way the history was prolonged with 1000 years. There are endless examples that this is not 1, it is the letter I. In some cases, the letter I, or in Slavic the letter X, was completely omitted. Like for example, on this map, the cartographer absolutely clearly writes that this is something referring to year 740 and 750, and yet the mainstream historians conveniently place it in year 1740 and 1750. And this is not the only such example. An old emblem of the city of Vilnius. It is absolutely clearly written on it, 7th century, and yet according to the mainstream history, this is city of the Middle Ages. Thousands of stone monuments are found on the Balkan Peninsula. They are called steci. Often they are classified as mysterious. That is a graceful prelude, hinting that they would not be included in the history. And why should they? They have some sort of dates written on them, and they don't fit in any calendar. Or at least any calendar that normal mortals like ourselves are supposed to inquire into. And it seems the calendar used had a record of 7,000 years. That number will come up again when we discuss the Book of Veles, which seems to be an authentic, very old book that survived the medieval burning. A book which provides some details about the advanced cultures as far as 7 or even 20,000 years ago. But although the Book of Veles is included in the curriculum of some of the courses offered by certain European universities, still we're very far from replacing the Scaligerian fantasies taught in schools with something that has much greater chances to be the truth, like the Book of Veles. Still, children in school are left with the impression that 7 or 20,000 years ago, the most sophisticated idea that the man could come up with is chasing a wild hog with a stick. Here is a decree from Copenhagen. At the time when the new calendar was introduced, people were simply obliged to stick to it. They were threatened with heavy fines in case they tried to use the old calendar. In his books, Anatoly Fomenko provides examples that similar decrees were issued so that the local names of various villages, towns and areas are changed. Because once the actual historic name of a given place is erased, is lost, then even if somebody finds a true historic record in the future, they won't be able to figure out where did the given event take place. Similar decrees were issued also about certain historic events. Whenever something happened that was very uncomfortable for the history fabricators and people saw it, there was a decree, a law that told people that actually something else happened, and if you talk about what you saw, then, of course, the heaviest punishment. At this point, you probably wonder, but how did it work in reality? How did the common people, for example, in year 600 after Christ, all of a sudden start thinking that it is now 1600 after Christ? Actually, the common people didn't even understand what happened because, conveniently, exactly at that time, the calendar was changed. The new Gregorian calendar was introduced and everything was set to the so-called correct dates, and because it was all done centrally on paper, the common people on the street did not understand what's going on at all. In this way, the history, the way you know it, appeared. It was not created by historians, but by illusionists, trickster, circus-style magicians. However, there were educated people as well, and they figured out the scam. One of them is the famous physicist Isaac Newton. Somehow they conveniently miss to tell us that he was a chronologist as well. He was persistently arguing that the history of the kingdoms of Egypt has been artificially sent to past with 1800 years. The history of ancient Greece sent artificially back to the past with 534 years, and the history of the Roman culture sent back in time artificially with about 1000 years. Those who are further interested can find more detail in his book Chronology of Ancient Kingdoms Amended. John Hardwin was one of the most educated men of his time, and he also argued against the validity of this Scaliger history. He was a royal librarian, and he found out that the Scaliger history was founded on books that are not genuine. Actually, the list of scholars who doubted the genuineness of the theory of Scaliger is very, very long and continues to get longer nowadays very quickly. I have included it for your reference in the description of this video, and I would highly recommend that you have a look at it. There are many contemporary scholars listed that also maintain their websites. Some of them could be in your native language. The Earth's shift back in history was not the only shift. Actually, it was one out of the many. Local regional shifts of the histories of individual countries were also needed, and it all depended on what kind of forgery they can do to misplace the particular regional events, in a way that people will naively believe it. Let's see one example. This is a document by the famous writer Lermontov. It is used as a proof for dating historic events. It is shown in the textbooks a very low resolution. There are dates indeed on this document, and it is actually an authentic document with the authentic writing of the famous author. However, if you pay a close attention to the numbers used to write the years, you will notice something strange. The number 3 is very unusual in both cases. If we see other documents of Lermontov, we can notice that he writes 3 in a completely different manner. It is becoming pretty obvious that the 7 has been made artificially to look like 3, and in this way, a given historical event has been sent back in time with 40 years. This is how our so-called history was fabricated. Sending events back in time is extremely convenient for the parasites. It creates the illusion that things have always been like this. Creates the feeling of helplessness in the common people. They feel that they are being oppressed and manipulated. However, the authority of the parasites, represented by our rulers, so-called elected rulers, seems strong and long established. Not only the bloody parasitic phase in our history seems stronger and longer, but also the times when people were actually free seem even more distant and more elusive, as if they never existed. I have traveled a lot in my life, and in all countries, people are not happy with their rulers. They do not feel that the presidents and the governments are representing their real will. And yet they feel powerless to do anything because they think that it has always been like this. One of the main purposes of this video is to make known to people, no, it was not like this always. And the times when we were free are much, much closer than everybody would expect. Mainstream history assures these are nothing else but devious, evil institutions created by the parasites with the sole purpose of organizing suicidal wars amongst people.
For example, scientists, Americanologists like Leonard Adam, Carl Gensi, Paul Rivet, Jose Imbellione, and many others, studied the Asian American parallels in art. They observed clear similarities in the motifs, ornaments, and stylized design of cultural artifacts between East Asia on one hand and the northwest coast of America and Mexico on the other.
The similarities between the styles were too close for them to develop independently, just like that by chance.
Later on, German and Austrian anthropologists who created the theory of the Kulturkreis, or culture circle or cultural field, people like Grabner, Schmidt, Ankerman, Cooper, and others
tried to prove that the cultures of all the nations around the globe originated from 7 or 8 successive waves of migration of a gigantic scale emanating from a certain mysterious center which should be located somewhere in Europe or Asia.
And these anthropologists concluded, unfortunately, nearly all of the parallels that we presented are of no use, as the chronological gap between them spans over many centuries. If, let's say, the lotus pattern from Amaravati, India, date to the 2nd century BC, their Mexican doubles from Chichen Itza were created somewhere around in the 12th century AD. In Cambodia, the step pyramid design appeared for the first time only in the 10th century AD, whereas in Mesoamerica that happened in the early 1st century BC.
And it was only the mistaken Scaliger chronology which hindered these historians. Their observations about the cultural items were absolutely correct. However, they did not fit in the mistaken official chronology.
All of a sudden, there's no sound.
Or culture.
The more crazy you look to ignorant people, I don't mean ignorant in a dumb sense, I just mean ignorant in a sense that they don't pay attention. Your average person would think any of this stuff is in left field. They just don't know any better. And that was probably the same case back then when they brought the new calendars out. I mean, this is totally feasible. It's in line with so many other things, too. It may be the reason why some people think that Velikovsky is wrong, but it turns out that he's not. This next guy that's going to talk for a few minutes, his name is Gunnar Heinsohn, and he is finding the same results.
Like this, we are in a period 600 years later in my chronology. That's a shorter one by 700 years, and 1,300 years later in mainstream chronology. You get an impression how far-reaching the catastrophe had struck. Here we see something even earlier from 70 BCE. That's the so-called mechanism of Antikythera. And it was an instrument for predicting astronomical positions, eclipses, and the cycles of the Olympic Games. So this is what you see in essence in the museum. I took the photo last month. And this is a reconstruction of this instrument, and it could show you the position of every planet, the sun and the moon in the sky. This is the kind of knowledge that we lost. And the loss of this knowledge brings me, or at least you, to the question, so how was a return to counting of the years managed? Now, I believe in a very simple one. I'm not in favor of falsification, of faking, of just creation out of the blue sky. I think when the catastrophe shook somewhere around the 930s, there was no scientific activity up to the 970s, 980s, maybe longer. Then someday people would start counting the years again. And what did they know for sure was they were after Christ, that they understood. And I think they decided to choose a year as a new year one. And this year one is turned later in the year 1000. And why 1000 years? They might have thought, because in the Revelation of John again it is said that after 1000 years Christ and the devil in the valley of Armageddon will battle out the final fight in a major catastrophe. And maybe, it's a speculation, this catastrophe of the 10th century was seen as this, after 1000 years, the devil and Christ are fighting it out. And so they had a basis for a year one. And only later arrived the desire to fill these 1000 years with history. And that's when the composition began. So the authors had the very few sources on their table, and they had to put them in a sequence, even in actuality they lived in parallel. And this brings me to a few questions my son has asked, and I will focus on Christianity. The most important figure of Christianity is Paul the Apostle, Saul of Tarsus, a Jew from Tarsus, and he directed a radical movement all the way from Israel through Asia Minor to Greece and Rome without non-Christian sources ever mentioning him. It's a major problem in Christian history that the most important character, Paulus, is not known outside of the Christian books. But there's something interesting. 700 years after Paul, there's a major movement they call themselves the Paulicians, the followers of Paul. And they are in Asia Minor. They are right there where Paul was traveling and founding his churches and writing his letters to. And they are persecuted. They are killed. So there was a movement following Paul. And what is interesting in this movement, in the 8th century, they are still not Trinitarians. They still only believe in God. They don't think that Jesus or the Holy Spirit are godlike. And that's the theology of Paul. Paul didn't believe in Trinity, so he did not consider Jesus as a God. He only considered God as a God. So we have here two very similar movements side by side, but now separated by several hundred years. And if you bring back the sources used to fill 1,000 years from the vertical into the horizontal, suddenly you get real stories, you get real narratives. So here is Paul, and here is his movement. Another question is the most famous figure that will be the end of the lecture, King Arthur of Camelot. Everybody has seen movies about King Arthur of Camelot, and what do the historians tell us? John Myers, one of the leading British archaeologists of the last century, no figure on the borderline of history and mythology has wasted more of the historian's time. And if you write to the museum in the city of Camulodunum, you think it sounds like Camelot, Camulodunum, it's Colchester, and you ask them, isn't there a relation between King Arthur and King Atze of Camulodunum? They say, no, that's impossible. What do they say? Eastern England lay in the heart of the region first occupied by the Saxons, so cannot have been the area in which Arthur operated. Acting as a military leader of the Britons, Celtic, indigenous Britons, the invading Saxons, any historical Arthur would have had to have been operating outside the area of primary Saxon settlement. So they believe that all these areas were full of fully armed Saxons. And so Arthur could not have operated there. But you remember in the lecture that in actual fact, there's nothing. There's not even agriculture for the Saxons from 400, 500 to 900. So Saxons were there. And what is interesting in the Saxons is that they have pottery from the late Latine period, 1st century before Christ. And this is the period of Atze of Camulodunum. He lives in the 1st century BC, and he has this pottery and he has his coins. And here's the name in Greek on his coins, A-T-H-T-H, Atze. It's called Atze. So it's Atze of Camulodunum. And now that you understand, he shares the same pottery with the Saxons that are dated to the time of Arthur, but are actually some 700 years earlier. What happened? When Julius Caesar attacked the British Isles in the 1st century BCE, he was not alone in trying to conquer the British Isles. He was competing with the Germans from the areas of Hamburg, Bremen, Flensburg. They were much closer, they're much better equipped to take the islands than the British. So they were fighting each other, and the local people, the Celtic, the Britons, they were in between. And they made an alliance with the Romans to fight off the Saxons. Thus, when Arthur of Camelot, who is Atze of Camulodunum, was fighting in the 1st century BCE, he was defending his own land. The Saxons were trying to take it. They had not yet settled there. They were trying to take it. They took it. He lost the battle. So we have another explanation here. And the final question of my son, it's one of the major enigmas of Jewish history. Ashkenazi Jews, they begin in the High Middle Ages, after 930 Common Era. Later they move to Poland, everywhere else. And the problem is that in the early Middle Ages, in their original area, in Germany, Belgium, France, in this area, there is no archaeological evidence for Jews from the 8th to the 10th century. So there's a hiatus of 300 years before the High Middle Ages. So they say if the Ashkenazi Jews begin here, and there are no Jews whatsoever in synagogue architecture for 300 years, they have nobody who could have been their forefathers. We have the same situation like in Jerusalem, where the Crusaders massacre Jews and Muslims, but in the stratigraphy of Jerusalem, you do not have Jews before this massacre occurs. So now when you understand that the Antiquity, late Antiquity, and early Middle Ages periods are not chronologically but stratigraphically like this, then all the hard evidence for Jews in this period belongs also to this period, where supposedly there is no hard evidence, which means that the Ashkenazi Jews are immediate followers of the Jews of the period that is now divided in Antiquity, late Antiquity, and early Middle Ages, but in actuality is one. Thank you for your attention.
The Gregorian calendar. It's aptly named. The original goal of the Gregorian calendar was to change the date of Easter. In 1582, when Pope Gregory XIII introduced his Gregorian calendar, Europe adhered to the Julian calendar, first implemented by Julius Caesar in 46 BC. Since the Roman emperor's system miscalculated the length of the solar year by 11 minutes, the calendar had since fallen out of sync with the seasons. This concerned Gregory because it meant that Easter, traditionally observed on March 21st, fell further away from the spring equinox with each year. Leap years don't really occur every 4 years with the Gregorian calendar. The Julian calendar included an extra day in February every 4 years. But Lilius, the Italian scientist who developed the system Pope Gregory would unveil in 1582, realized that the addition of so many days made the calendar slightly too long. He devised a variation that adds leap days in years divisible by 4, unless the year is also divisible by 100. If the year is also divisible by 400, a leap day is added regardless. While this formula may sound confusing, it did resolve the lag created by Caesar's earlier scheme. Almost. The Gregorian calendar differs from the solar year by 26 seconds per year. Despite Lilius' ingenious method for syncing the calendar with the seasons, his system is still off by 26 seconds. As a result, in the years since Gregory introduced his calendar in 1582, a discrepancy of several hours has arisen. By the year 4909, the Gregorian calendar will be a full day ahead of the solar year, and by then we will be ancients. Some Protestants viewed the Gregorian calendar as a Catholic plot. Though Pope Gregory's papal bull reforming the calendar had no power beyond the Catholic Church, Catholic countries, including Spain, Portugal, and Italy, swiftly adopted the new system for their civil affairs. European Protestants, however, largely rejected the change because of its ties to the papacy, fearing it was an attempt to silence their movement. It wasn't until 1700 that Protestant Germany switched over, and England held out until 1752. Orthodox countries clung to the Julian calendar until even later, and their national churches have never embraced Gregory's reforms. Britain adopted the Gregorian calendar sparked riots and protests, maybe. According to some accounts, English citizens did not react kindly after the Act of Parliament advanced the calendar overnight from September 2nd to September 14th, 1752. Rioters supposedly took to the streets demanding that the government give us our 11 days. However, most historians now believe that these protests never occurred and were greatly exaggerated. On the other side of the Atlantic, meanwhile, Benjamin Franklin welcomed the change, writing, "It is pleasant for an old man to be able to go to bed on September 2nd and not have to get up until September 14th. Before those to have occurred on." He asserts from this that all of the ancient history, including the history of Greece, Rome, and Egypt, is just a reflection of events that occurred in the Middle Ages, and that all of the Chinese and Arab history are fabrications of the 17th and 18th century Jesuits. He also claims that Jesus lived in the 12th century AD and was crucified on Joshua's Hill, that the Trojan War and the Crusades were the same historical event, and that Genghis Khan and the Mongols were actually Russians. As well as disputing written chronologies, Fomenko also disputes more objective dating techniques, such as dendrochronology and radiocarbon dating. His book includes empirico-statistical analysis of narrative material and its application in history, fiction, or science. Most Russian scientists and worldwide historians consider Fomenko's historical work to be pseudo-scientific. Well, that doesn't surprise me. In fact, you could use them as a reverse barometer for what they're saying. That in itself makes me think that there's something going on that makes them very uncomfortable. When they do that, that's the same sign you get all across the board, that they're acting out of a knee-jerk reaction of fear. Because if they were as confident in their theories as they say they are, then they would welcome any challenge to their information. But this is a usual tactic to criticize and, stick them with the label of pseudoscience, or, just put it in the mystery bag and we don't have to look at it. They don't like new information because it threatens their bank account, and they probably have philosophy of, why should I look at that and give up my home and car and have to go back to school and learn the right thing? I'm going to look into this. This looks pretty ripe for the picking. It looks interesting.
that's going to do it for me, guys. We're going to have a short one tonight. But be back next week. Working on a pretty good thing. Just going to take a little time to get it finished.
The sentence is death.
Hey, howdy everybody. Oh, 1 second.
That in searching for the effect could realize itself of correct prognosis. A journal printed accumulating
That's going to do it for me tonight, guys. Let me see. I'll look for maybe one more. Hold on 1 second. I gotta see what I have left here. Last one.
giants. The traditions of peoples all over the world are quite unanimous in asserting that at an earlier time a race of giants lived on the earth, that most of the race were destroyed in great catastrophes, that they were of cruel nature and were ferociously fighting among themselves, that the last of them were exterminated when, after a cataclysm, a migration of peoples brought the forebears of the peoples of today to their new homelands. The Japanese narrate that when their forefathers, after a great catastrophe about 2,500 to 3,000 years ago, came from the continent and invaded the isles, they found their long-legged, furry giants. These giants were called Ainu. The forefathers of the Japanese were defeated in the first encounter, but in the second encounter they were victorious. Ixtil Sakaito described the wandering of the people of the Western Hemisphere in the 4 ages of the world. The first age came to its end in the flood. In the second age, called the Son of the Earthquake, there lived the generation of the giants, which was destroyed in the cataclysm that terminated this age. The third period was the Son of the Wind, called so because at the end of this period, terrible hurricanes annihilated everything. The new inhabitants of the New World were Yulmi and Zakaloka, who came from the east to find a foothold at Patachin. Here they met a number of giants, the last survivors of the second catastrophe. The fourth age was called the Fire Sun because of the great fire that put an end to this epoch.
At that time, the Toltecs arrived in the land of the Anahuac, put to flight by the catastrophe. They wandered for 104 years before they settled in their new home. Also, F.L. Gamara, in his Conquista de Mexico, in the chapter about Cinco Sols Q's son Idbidedes, Sonidades, wrote, "The second son perished when the sky fell upon the earth. The collapse killed all people and every living thing, and they say the giants lived in those days, and that to them belong the bones that our Spaniards have found while digging mines and tombs. From their measure and proportion, it seems that those men were 20 hands tall, a very great stature, but quite certain." The Hebrew scriptures, as preserved in the Old Testament and in the Talmud and Midrashim, narrate that among the races of the world in the previous age were races of giants, men of great size, tremendous strength and ferocity, who were destroying other races, but also were turning upon each other and destroying themselves. The book of Genesis 6:4 narrates that in the antediluvial time there were giants and the earth in those days. The Greek book of Baruch narrates that over 400,000 of the race of giants were destroyed by the flood. After the flood, there were only a few districts where some of them remained alive. When after a number of centuries, another catastrophe ruined the world, and the Israelites left Egypt and sent a few men to explore Palestine, those reported that the people of the land were generally of tall stature, and that besides, there we saw giants, the sons of Anak, which came of the giants. And we were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so were we in their sight. This description clearly differentiates between the people of tall stature and the giants, and the supposition the Israelites found in Palestine, a normal race only taller than themselves, and thought them to be giants, is not supported by the text. A similar distinction is made in Deuteronomy 1:28. The people is greater and taller than we, and moreover, we have seen the sons of the Anakim, giants, there. They, a few families, lived in Hebron, Numbers 13:22. At the time when the Israelites approached the fields of Bashan in the Transjordan, only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of the giants, Joshua 13:12, and Doi 3:11. The other individuals of monstrous size had been annihilated in the meantime. Behold, his bedstead was a bedstead of iron. Is it not Rabbith of the children of Ammon? 9 cubits is the length thereof, and 4 cubits the breadth of it. After the cubit of a man, the text implies that at the time the book of Deuteronomy was written, the bedstead of Og was still in existence, and was a wonder for the onlookers. The giants were the remnant of a race close to extinction. Og was of the remnant of the giants that dwelt Ashtaroth and Edrei, Joshua 12:4. They were also called Emim, or the furious ones. The Emim dwelt therein, Moab of the Transjordan. In times past, a people great and many and tall as the Anakim, which also were accounted giants, as the Anakim, but Moab calls them Emim. This branch of the giants was already extinct. But the 2 cosmic ages earlier, in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinnah, and Abraham, the patriarch, Imim flourished in the Transjordan. Genesis 14:5. I found this little article.
No, guys, it's gonna do it for me. Falling out. Good night.
Thank you.